actually still down here, rip. But I'm not gonna like stay here the whole time. I honestly genuinely just want to see if I can get 36 to get to 40. Like you see where it says 36 out of 40? I want to see if I can get to 40, and then as soon as I do, I'm going back up. That or like I don't know. It is kind of annoying to have to try to find that one hiker that heals your Pokemon. Eh, I won't be down here forever. I'm just gonna do a little bit more digging. I'm gonna try to get that number to 40, and then I'm gonna move on with the plot. Oh, I just genuinely find this little like, would you call it a mini game? I feel like that's what you would call it. I genuinely find this fun and soothing. Although it can be kind of annoying and stressful when you're trying to dig something out and you just can't get it out. Especially if it's something that's kind of big. I can't believe they put 2 of the big ones here. God, I hope I can get it out. Hey, that was everything. Okay, cool. Yeah, so... I was already standing in front of the wall there, so that... Anyway. Where are we? Ah, yes, we're right there. Okay, so we need to go up and then to the right. Oh, it's another, like, magma-ish room? Magma cavern? Is that what you would call it? I feel like that's what you would call it. Yeah. We actually already caught our little hellhound friend already. Am I getting caught on a rock? I was getting caught on a rock. There we go. I'm not actually sure what it's counting. Like, I guess I could Google it, but I don't know if it's counting the pink crystals, the habitat rooms, or the digs. I genuinely don't know. I don't know. I just know the number keeps going up because I keep doing a bunch of everything. Oh. I kind of didn't expect to immediately come across anything. Nice. Why do I get a feeling everything's under all of this crap? Oh, I do see something down there, though. Magic Cat! Magic Cat! I swear I can greet you like a normal person at least once. There we go. I was like, why is it not doing it? Where in the heck? I don't think we're gonna get the rest. Just spoiler alert. Yeah, we got 2 of them, though. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what it's counting, but it's counting something. Why are you nervous? Where are we again? Ah, I see. I'm trying to figure out how the heck we're supposed to get around to the others. Math exam? Oh. Well, I hate scaring you, but it seems like creepy stuff takes your mind off of your exams. Anyway, how did your other exams go that we haven't talked about yet? You feel good about them? I almost ran into like 3 separate Pokemon. Cool. Oh my god. Why is it so fast? It doesn't even have legs. The audacity. The audacity to move that fast without having limbs. Cool! I have something from our Paranormal that sounds like it's just for you. Saw a shadow man through the mirror. Piper199 posted that. I was brushing my hair when I looked left of the mirror. There was a shadow all the way up on the corner of the bed standing up. As I continued to watch it, it started moving from one corner to the next. No moving lights, no window curtains open, impossible for car lights to get in. I live next to a brick building. The street view was blocked. I was not scared, oddly enough. Just watching it walk down the bed. Anyone else have this? Wait, how? 5 hours ago. Oh, that's recent. Love you. Platonically. Heh. That one was really short. That's all it was. What'd you say? Hold on. Ooh, I found like a crystal cave. Ah, it's a mischievous! I can't use it, but I can sure as heck catch it. Wait. Well, I don't have Pokeballs. Never mind. I love that Magic Head says, "Joke's on you, my room doesn't have a mirror." Oh, crap. Me trying not to get murdered by various Pokemon. No. No, don't kill me! Don't kill me! I got caught on the rock. Oh, you don't have a mirror in sight at all. Okay, cool, cool. How long is this? Okay. Why was my old home so scary? I love that that's exactly what they open with. Just, why was my home scary? So I used to live in this house. It was newish. It wasn't run down, but it obviously wasn't the newest modern home either. It was it was normal. What kind of writing is this? But for some reason I hated being alone in it and had the feeling like something was extremely off about it, or that something was there that shouldn't be there with me. I lived there with my mom, her boyfriend, and my brother, and I was 11 at the time. One time I could swear someone had broken in. It didn't sound like it. I just saw flashes outside my room, and I'm only 47% sure. Where did they get this percentage? It was a reflection of the sun. This was in Finland. I'm okay telling the location that specifically because I don't live there or anywhere near there. Okay. Alright. It could be the fact I wasn't the most sane 11-year-old. Think imagining being an arsonist and wow! Planning murder for their bullies. Yeah, that's a little intense, my guy. That's a little intense. Might need some anger management therapy there. Um, okay. It could have been that, but I don't know. What I saw was real and it scared me. It could be that I'm dumb and not fully sure if it's a cryptid, but I'm asking just in case there's anything that actually does that. I don't remember what it caused me to start wow. Don't remember when it caused me to start getting paranoid. I don't remember a whole lot. I think I heard a step or a creak that could have been the washing machine, but I honestly don't remember. I was just scared to be alone. Travagal 1, 7 hours ago. Okay. Weird sleep paralysis, huh? I honestly feel like sleep paralysis, like a lot of people will be like sleep paralysis proves that supernatural events aren't real. But I'm just like, why could it not be that sleep paralysis is just, it's the time when your your perception is more open to things around it. So you're more easily able to perceive things that you can't normally perceive when you're awake or asleep. That's honestly how I take it, how I could interpret it. Cause like it's just kind of weird that everyone's like, oh, it just proves that supernatural stuff isn't real. I'm like, no, all it says to me is that perchance, supernatural stuff is just more easily perceivable in certain states of consciousness, or lack thereof. Like people are weird. Oh, you did have your meals today. Good. I'm glad. Ah, I didn't mean to go into the room. Dazzling cave. Cool. Yeah, I didn't mean to step in. My bad. Where is it? There we go. I think it may actually be the pink thing that is in the count, but I'm not really sure. So the title of the next one's a little weird. Hundreds of dead flies in the window. Y'all, all I could think about was Amityville Horror. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Y'all ever watch that when y'all were younger? Wait, actually, I don't... Magic Hat, I don't actually know if they would have shown that in your country. But, because I don't know what horror movies are actually shown internationally. Jesus Christ. I swear I speak English. It just doesn't sound like it sometimes. Like, I do. It just... Doesn't always come out. We don't have a lot of... I don't know where it is. I don't know. There was something else in the wall. Let's see. Hundreds of dead flies in the window. Instruction Front 6346 posted this 8 hours ago. Hey, so this happened years ago, but it made me really curious. This happened a few weeks back in my childhood home. My mother is an extremely hygienic person. Okay, I can immediately see why this would be suspicious if your mother is extremely hygienic. Let's see. The house is always spotless, clean, mopped, and vacuumed daily, and the windows are cleaned 3 or 4 times a week, inside and out. Jesus, that's obsessive. I clean my shit once a week. I can't imagine cleaning it 3 or 4 times a day. Jesus, fuck, that's obsessive. I think her OCD might be stronger than mine, but mine centers around germs, not cleaning, so that also explains a lot. Anyway. Anyway. The day before, everything had basically been cleaned. Well, yeah, because she's kind of obsessive-compulsive about this shit. Signed, someone who's actually OCD, but, like, a different kind. Everyone thinks OCD is cleaning, but mine's about, like, germophobia. Anyway, we went to bed, and next morning we all headed downstairs for breakfast. My mom goes into the kitchen, and what we saw was terrifying, to be honest. The whole window full of flies, not moving, all dead. Some appeared like they were still climbing up, as if a video was on pause. Oh, I think I know what you mean. Like, they're literally frozen mid-step, is what he's trying to describe. Or her, or them. I don't really know who OP is. Wow. I heard my mom complain about her ex's family doing voodoo on her. That's not what voodoo is, darling. But anyway. People don't seem to realize voodoo is a specific, like, African tradition. It has nothing to do with, like, cursing random people. Anyway, as they were involved with that in their culture or something. My mom is Christian, so she immediately started cleansing the house in her way. Oh, so she's prejudiced. Got it. A few days later, ew, trigger warning for, like, gross stuff, bugs, worse than the dead flies, worms, crawling things. I don't even know. I can't think of enough trigger warnings for this, but because people have a visceral reaction to this. A few days later, hundreds of maggots, most dead, some alive. We cleaned them out, got poison from pest control, and cleaned the house again. That sounds nasty. Yeah, that's gross. Oh. Yeah, yeah. It's not happened again, but my mom would often say that my brother used to be cursed as well by them when he was younger. Now I don't hear her anymore about it, and my brother's behavior has improved a lot. Wow, imagine being such a shit mother that you just say that your child is cursed because you don't like their behavior. Sweetie, that's not a curse. That's you being a bad mom. Anyway, I shoot from the hip. I tell it like it is. Anyway, now I don't hear her anymore about it, as my brother's behavior has improved a lot. He's 5 now. Anyone know what this could have been? Yes. Paranoia, prejudice, and her being a bad mother. Next. Rude. That's not what voodoo is. Jesus Christ. I'm so tired of random prejudiced white Christians being like, oh my god, it's voodoo, and them thinking voodoo's automatically evil to begin with. It's very annoying, it's very racist, it's very xenophobic, shut the fuck up kind of thing. Jesus Christ, where's the rest of the stuff? It's probably in this corner, honestly. There's gotta be something in this corner, yeah. That's okay. You ate the hell out of lunch and dinner, especially lunch. Your favorite rice and fish. That does sound really good. I personally like, what is it called? Is it sweet and sour fish? I don't remember. Anyway, whatever it's called, it's really good. Wait a minute. Is there one here? There we go. I don't know why some of the places are boarded up. That's kind of funny. The tired psychic 19 hours ago said there's something in my apartment. Okay, that's a little vague. Oh! Is that like a water stone or something? Let's go ahead and see what they said. I really want to use the hammer, but damn it. Wow. There we go. I don't think that's everything, though. Yeah, I didn't think so. There's honestly probably something over here, but we don't have enough. I'm posting here because maybe someone understands or has had a similar experience. I honestly created a whole new Reddit account. This is my first post using it. I knew something was in my apartment since I moved in, okay? A few days, maybe a week after I moved in, I saw a figure standing in front of me when I randomly woke up at 5 a.m. Okay, hold on. It was just staring at me and my son as we slept in front of it on the couch. That's a little weird. Little weird. And that is when you banish the spirit. I was spooked, but I didn't think much about it. I've seen spirits my entire life. Okay. Maybe it was a curious spirit wondering who moved in. Things were weird, but more normal than they are now. Okay. There we go. The most that would happen was the occasional shadow of a person walking behind my couch, hearing things moving with no explanation, but recently things have gone wild. Okay. Dun, dun, dun. Oh! Maybe a couple of weeks ago, my fiance and son were asleep on the couch. Okay. I decided to go to bed in my room. I was already a bit anxious because my mom just finished talking to me about the panic attack she had. I tried shaking it off. Okay. And as I closed my eyes, I saw what looked like 5 or 6 shadow people staring at me. Whatever, you see weird shit when you close your eyes sometimes. I opened my eyes and standing at the door was this monster. It wasn't an animal, but it sure wasn't human. Standing on 2 skinny legs, wide body almost hunched, 2 long arms that reached the floor. I was oddly calm, but I almost immediately got dissociated. Oh, that would be the calm. Hard to be panicked when you're dissociating. Just saying. Just saying. The best way to describe the feeling was I'm a scared little girl in her room. My room was my room, but everything was different. It felt like I was living in a memory that wasn't my own. I started panicking. I immediately called my friend and started hyperventilating. He's trying to get me to calm down as I sit on my balcony, terrified. My 1-year-old wakes up screaming. Needless to say, I didn't sleep until I saw the sunrise. Recently, things have been worse. It started off as me getting sick randomly, just waves of unexplained nausea, which I brushed off as stress. Reasonable explanation. Then the dry heaving started. I have healthy anxiety. Ooh. So I went to the ER thinking something was wrong. They found nothing. The nausea got worse. Did you do a pregnancy test? Then I started getting almost delusional. Oh lord. I'm going through dissociation. I'm foggy brained. I haven't been myself in forever. Almost like clockwork, I start dry heaving around 3 or 4 a.m. every night. I mean, that could still be anxiety, love. Like, gonna be real here. My moods are irrational. I'm going through bouts of rage. When I had the sudden realization that maybe this beast is messing with my health, it started to come out again. Before this, I seriously thought maybe it was me. I didn't know something paranormal could cause what I felt like was psychological warfare. I mean, to be real, it could still be that. Anyway, remotes started going missing and showing up in painfully obvious spots. When I'm holding my son, he's staring into my empty dining room and reaching his arms out. I'm feeling worse. On a particularly bad night, I was dry heaving, disoriented, and on the verge of a panic attack. Yikes. My anxiety medication was moved from the spot it never leaves. The beast hid it from me. I didn't find it until days later. I'm seeing shadows of people in my apartment, smelling random things that aren't there. Boxes and random things have been falling. A book moved right in front of me. I hear talking when everyone else is asleep. Last night, I saw the beast again. A shadow man was staring at me. I looked away from the corner of my eye and I saw it again, but closer. Words can't express the toll this has taken on me, and I want to move. I can't deal with this. Nothing keeps it at bay anymore, and I was scratched by it, and no one has taken me seriously. Well, that's intense. I'm no confidence dealing with math exam. I mean, math is math. Um, I personally think you'll be fine, but you know, math is stressful for everyone. Don't feel guilty about being stressed, but like don't try not to stress too much because you know, math is math. You'll do your best. You'll be fine. Jeez. So I don't know if OP is dealing with some kind of like psychosis or is just being so extremely haunted. Like I really don't know what to say. I just don't know what to say. Like I'm speechless. That was a lot. I mean, either way, clearly OP needs help. Whether it's actual ghosts or like something in OP's mind, like clearly OP needs help that OP is not getting because no one is taking this seriously. Like, I don't know if you need an exorcist or a therapist, but the fact that no one's paying attention is very concerning. Jesus Christ. I feel bad for OP. I can't imagine needing so much help. Well, I guess I can because no one helped me when I was, like, trapped with my abuser, but Jesus Christ, I can't imagine feeling that way again. Needing that much help and no one noticing or no one taking it seriously. God, I'm sorry, OP. I'm not the well, I'm not the greatest at math, but I'm also not the worst at math. Okay, it is the little pink crystals. I think. I don't really know. I think it's the crystals because of when it changed. Because I was watching at that time, but I could be wrong. Don't beat yourself up, because math can be hard, but also I have faith in your abilities and I think you'll pass. But yeah, it's not that I was bad at math, but I also wasn't super awesome at math. I remember being really upset because pre-calculus was the only time I had gotten a B in a math class, but I'm not a natural at math. I had to be, what do they call it? A genius of hard work, because I'm not automatically good at math. I had to study and review a lot, and it still wasn't good enough for that particular class, but like, at least I passed. I think as long as you pass, it doesn't really matter what you make, you know? So don't beat yourself up too much. Just worry about passing, not about getting a top score. Nice. I think it's understandable. Everyone gets nervous before exam. Well, does everyone get nervous? A lot of people get nervous. See, I fixed it. I corrected it. A lot of people get nervous, so you're definitely not alone in that. It's natural to feel nervous before an exam. But I just want you to know that you'll be fine. You'll do well. You'll pass. Um, I'm not expecting top exam scores, but I definitely think you'll pass. I mean, you seem appropriately studious. Anyone that's trying that hard is not gonna fail outright, just saying. And even if you did, as long as you tried your best, it wouldn't matter. Well, it shouldn't matter. If anyone gives you shit about it, throw the whole human being away. Nice. Hey! We did some really good digs. Well, you thought I was gonna say what? Stupid. Oh, about what? You? Of course not. I feel like this would be you, Magic Cat. New Beginning 1614 posted this one day ago. Either I have a really smart cat or my house is haunted. This sounds like something you would post. Oh my god. Also, Oh, that explains it. So I just need to find more Diglets, I hope. Anyway, so this is a little weird. We moved into this new place a little over 3 months ago. Okay. When we first toured it, it had such happy vibes and it felt warm and cozy. But randomly things started getting a little unnerving at times. Honestly, having smart pets is the bane of anyone's existence because they get into so much shit. And yes, it will make you question your sanity and whether or not you're haunted. Anyway, I used to do a lot of housework at night after my husband and daughter went to bed. That makes sense because there's not a wake to get in your way. So I could spend more time with them during the day. It was my relaxation time, honestly, but suddenly it started feeling off when I was in the part of the house at night by myself. Okay, I started constantly feeling like I was being watched or something was behind me when I would wash the dishes. I'd no longer do my chores at night or leave my bedroom because it feels so creepy in there. Yeah, that kind of creepy feeling and being watched is why we had to perform a banishing on our first apartment together. I've told you about that multiple times about the fucking creeper spirit that would just get behind us close like that and watch. She's describing kind of the same thing. Anyway, my daughter keeps occasionally looking at corners of our room and stares occasionally and smiles at whatever she's looking at. It scares the hell out of me. Kids are also just genuinely creepy, not gonna lie. I also randomly experienced sleep paralysis in the midst of all this for the second time ever in my life, but I could have sworn that something or someone was holding me down in bed. I tried to scream for my husband, but I couldn't do anything. I'm not sure if I was dreaming that or what. Yeah, sleep paralysis is it's one of those, like, it's just a thing, you know? How the hell can I get to the other part of the... Okay, so that's how I get to there, but first let me do this. There we go. The really strange thing is, my baby has this winter hat that I cannot remember how it ended up in the living room to begin with, but one day it was in the middle of her huge playpen. Okay. I was in a hurry to put her down and to let my dog out, so I just grabbed it and threw it by her toy box that's in this that's in the small built-in along the side of her playpen. Well, every single day for the past month or two, the hat has been right back in the same place every single morning. That's definitely a little weird, but you did say you have cats, so... I mean, you could be one of those unlucky fucks who has mischievous, intelligent cats and a ghost. Then I don't know what the hell to tell you to do, you know? I mean, what do you do at that point? You don't even know if it's your cat or your ghost tormenting you at that point. Dang, I feel bad for her. Oh, crap. Hold on. Okay, so, here? There we go. Okay. At first I thought nothing of it and would toss it and move it on because I assumed my cats were doing it in the night. I've never seen them have any interest in something like a hat, and I've never seen them be able to get to where her toys are, so it was a bit strange, but it was the only explanation I had. I was complaining to my husband as we were leaving early in the morning that the damn hat was there again a few days ago. He just grabbed it quickly and shoved it into this vet box toy that my daughter has as we were walking out and said there's no way the cats will get it now. I completely forgot about this until yesterday morning. When I walked out into the living room, there was the freaking hat in the exact same spot it always was in the center of her playpen. I was immediately spooked because the toy it was in has a small door on it. There's an opening above, so maybe a cat could pull it from there, but the door was wide open. This door takes some force to open. My baby can't even open it, so I know my cats wouldn't be able to. I'm so weirded out because it won't stop and it keeps being put in the exact same spot. I put the hat in my daughter's shape sorter toy just to see what happens. If it ends up back in the playpen, I'm never going to be able to sleep again. Does this sound paranormal, or does anyone have any possible explanations? I know for a fact my husband isn't pranking me, so I just don't know what's going on. See, sadly, that's what I was gonna actually mention the husband, but she says she doesn't think it can be him, but like... Honestly, what I was wondering is if... This is gonna sound really awful, but... I was wondering if her husband was trying to make her feel crazy. Like, I don't want to scare people and make people think that, like, they are randomly married to, like, a sociopath and don't know it or something. But, like, which I'm not accusing him of being a sociopath to begin with. It's just, like, what if it was the husband trying to make her feel crazy? I mean, husbands have certainly done worse to try to get you out of the picture, so it could, in fact, be something her husband's doing, although I don't know why he would do that when he could just, you know, get a divorce like a normal person? Maybe that's just me. Like, I can't imagine tormenting my husband and making him feel crazy when we could just get a divorce if I didn't like him anymore. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want one. I love him. I don't want to be separated from him. But if for some reason we weren't working out and I wanted to leave, why would I not just leave instead of making him feel crazy? Like, I never get why people do that shit. But it could be her husband, honestly. Nice, we found everything. Is the other thing a rare bone or what is it? Yes, it's a rare bone. Cool. Those are expensive. I don't know. I do think that it would be a good idea to get a camera and not tell the husband. That way you can rule out the husband. Because it doesn't matter whether or not he's a good man and he'd never do it. It doesn't matter that you don't suspect him. Put it in without telling him. And then if you see him doing it, he has some splaining to do. But if you don't see him doing it, someone else clearly has some splaining to do because it wouldn't be him. Yeah, put it up without telling him. And make sure the cats can't see you do it either. Because some cats are scarily smart for being cats. So make sure your husband and cats don't know you do it. Put it up and then see what happens. If it still happens anyway, then again, just because it doesn't happen doesn't mean that it's one of them. Or, where am I going with this? I don't know. Even if they knew about it, I guess it wouldn't really rule out them. Like, I suppose a ghost could decide to just not dick around because you put up cameras. I don't know. I love that someone named Demon King followed me. Also, why can I not find this goddamn dig site? This is so annoying. Maybe it's on the other side. Okay, whatever. I don't know why it's being so annoying. There we go. Yeah, maybe the spirit likes the hat. Sure, maybe it is a spirit and it likes the hat. Maybe her cats are freakishly intelligent. Maybe her husband wants to make her feel crazy. Who knows? I really have no way of knowing. I mean, it's not like I'm over here pretending to be Sylvia Brown. I can't say definitively whether someone has a ghost. Literally, my first concern was whether or not it was her husband secretly trying to make her feel crazy, but I suppose it could actually be a ghost. I'm probably just a little bit too suspicious and paranoid, to be honest, because I was genuinely like, have you made absolutely sure it can't be your husband trying to make you feel crazy? But, because I have, in fact, seen spouses do that, where they try to make the other one feel like they're crazy. Or like they're losing their mind or developing dementia or something. I've seen cases of spouses doing that where they'll do shit like put your remote in the freezer, toss your car keys outside, blah de blah, just a bunch of shit to make you feel like you're losing your mind or your what's the word, memory. Like, I have seen people do that, which is why I'm like, please do this without saying anything to him, just to double check and make sure it is not your husband fucking with you, because it's happened. It's happened to the happiest people who were convinced their marriage was fine. Just saying. Anyway, 11 hours ago, comfortable bet 6294 said the creepiest thing that ever happened to me is what the post is about. So that's fun. Yeah, it's definitely the crystals. Learned through trial and error that it's the crystals that I apparently am collecting. And I'm staying down here until I get to 40. Since I'm at 39, you know, I thought I might as well stay and try to get the last crystal since I collected 39 without really trying to. And then I'll leave once I get the 40th one. I honestly I wasn't even trying to get them. I just somehow accumulated 40, just under 40, by accident. Anyway, the creepiest thing that ever happened to OP. Let's see what it is. Ooh. I had some old Adidas shoes and I was about to sell them on an app, like Facebook Marketplace, and it was Wednesday, and I planned to meet with a buyer Saturday. Okay. Friday night, I had a dream where I was about to meet that guy, and I suddenly teleported to my grandma's house right when I was about to meet that guy. And I had to make an excuse for that because the guy wouldn't believe that I just got teleported a few cities away. Why are you putting your weird teleportation dream on here, my friend? That's a little random. Alright, maybe I'm being judgmental. I'll read the rest of it. Um, I just told him in my dream that my mother had some problems and we had to rush her to the hospital and we can't meet that day. I don't remember any more of that dream than that, but when I woke up and realized it wasn't real, it didn't mean anything to me. I just went along with my day and called the guy to meet as we planned. And then when he picked up the phone, he literally told me we can't meet because his mother got some problems and he had to rush her to the hospital. I dreamt exactly what he told me, and it really messed my head up because what I said in my dream happened to his mother, like I predicted, and for me, that's my creepiest experience ever and my glitch in the Matrix. Okay. I mean, I don't really consider it a glitch in the Matrix because some people do have precognitive dreams. Like, people having precognitive dreams has been documented for centuries. Just saying. It's not really weird. Crap. There's supposed to be, I guess, a fourth item somewhere, but I have not come across it. Oh! Lies, lies. We found it, we found it! You're scared of moving out, but excited. Right, because you said that your family's moving houses, right? Something about your mom not wanting to be around farm animals. Unless you mean that you're also moving out away from your family, but I kind of just assumed your family was moving. Hmm. I'm trying to find one I haven't read. Give me a second. Saw someone who died 2 weeks ago. Rip. I work in a court building which is rumored to be haunted, only found out today. I wanted an update on a case and saw one of the magistrates stood outside the courtroom, where the case was ongoing. No one else was around. He looked a bit confused, so I asked him what was going on. He didn't really give me an answer, so I walked off. I mentioned that I had just seen this certain magistrate to my colleague and how he didn't seem himself. My colleague said, "You must be confused. He died 2 weeks ago." Hey, I found 40! I don't actually know what that means. Anyway, wow. They just randomly saw this guy that died 2 weeks before. I said, "That's impossible, as it was certainly him. I've been off for a month due to illness, so had no idea of him passing." Anyway, I described him to my colleague, and the man I saw was 1000% the one that passed. Furthermore, only female magistrates were working that day. I'm completely freaked out and unsure why this happened. Why are so many people working at haunted places? Like, damn. I understand your house being haunted, but work is haunted too now? We're haunting workplaces too now? Well, I guess workplaces were always haunted. I guess. Although it's wild to think that you could have worked somewhere haunted and not even realized it. What are you most excited about for moving? Ooh. There we go. Oh, there must be another one. That was from Legally Blonde XOX from one day ago, by the way. So they just randomly saw this dead magistrate. Okay. Really? Stop it. What did my dog see and sense that I didn't? Rip. Hold on. No, we're going to a new place, but I don't know if there are spirits. Oh, do your spirits not travel with you? Oh, that's a little sad. Because you said you had some household spirits, right? Are they connected to your house then instead of your family? Aww. Y'all seem really close. That's sad. They ate mine. That's funny. Yeah, I think we'll go up after this, even if this is fun. Or, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what the hell is supposed to... what that means. Let me just Google this real fast. Something about bonuses? Oh, Doug Trio increases it by 3. That explains a lot. I think I ran into 2 of those. The only thing I want to know is if it resets if you leave. Oh, my legs hurt. Hold on. Oh. Hold on. I'm still here. I'm just trying to figure some stuff out. Is there a better way to sit? Because this is just hurting my legs. Ah. The family spirits are in your uncle and grandmother's house. So back to the dead person story. I can explain it by your religion. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead then. Excuse me. There is a way over. Although before I go up, I need to go down. There we go. Why is it so purposely vague? Oh. Oh crap. Damn it, we didn't get the rare bone. That was the most valuable part of it. I'm sad now. Hold on. Blah 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 blah. Okay, I didn't really know that. Nice. That's pretty cool. Okay, well, I'm gonna do this one dig and then go up. I don't see any point in continuing to stay down here for the time being. Okay, so Magic Hat said, basically when a person dies, we have a spirit that looks like us, that said after our death will go looking for us, but goes after a while. So OP could have seen a spirit that looks like his friend. Okay. That's interesting. Damn, I'm really not finding anything in this one. Oh, 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 there, there. Oh, there was a box. Okay. We all have one. So, like, doppelgangers, kind of, but, like, not evil? Is that what I'm hearing? How do we go back up? I actually really like the tunnels. But here we are. Nice. He's not wrong. Although I'm not really sure why he had to do this barefoot. Hello, Paranormal Reddit. I-22F have a small... How do you pronounce this? Bicon? For male currently vibing in my feet. What? He's the love of my life and the goodest boy possible to exist. He never barks or chases cats and dogs, and he's always quiet and understands when my anxiety hits me and cuddles with me until I sleep. Even when I shave him, which he completely hates and whines about, he gives me his paws and moves around for me to be able to reach him better with the shaving machine. When it's time for a bath, I just go bath time and he zooms into the bathtub. He's really the greatest, and I fear for the time he will not be around. A few nights ago, I got home a little bit late due to some work, and we went for our walk at 2 a.m. Why the hell would you go for a walk at 2 a.m.? Just have him go do his business in the yard for 2 seconds. What? You went for a walk? Are you crazy? Sorry, I'm like, my mind is blown. Anyway, I don't mind the time because we live in a small village and I usually take him around the corner and back. So for context, I live in a narrow street. My house is right at the start of the street, and further down at the end, there's a homeowner with a pit bull that goes vivid even if he hears just the wind. All their yard is covered in thick metals just for their dog to not see and bark at others. No residents confront to pass. What does that mean? From there and enter my street, and if they do, trust me, you'll hear them. That pull also goes to extreme lengths for dogs that pass by. And color for our bike. Hold on. Yellow. Okay. Let's see. Streamlines for dogs that pass by and barks just as if he hears them 2 blocks away. Between the start and end of my street are exactly 6 and 6 houses opposite each other, and none of them connects to the other and have dogs. Guess why? But me. Okay. Even if my dog goes more than 200 meters beside the pit bull's house, it goes vivid and barks all night. Why do they keep using vivid this way? That's not how it's meant to be used. So as I'm reaching about halfway and look at my dog, I always have my eyes on him because some neighbors put poisoned food a while ago as bait and nearly got to him. What the hell? That's illegal. He hears me, but not in regards of food. He completely demolishes every single bite. Suddenly I see him frozen looking at something and he steps back and starts growling. He never growls. Let's see. He doesn't even bark. I lost my place. So I raise my eyes and see the figure of an older mister. You couldn't just say an older man. with a leash and a dog at its end. The lamp of the street is exactly behind him, so I can only see black and his figure. I immediately turn to my dog and go, "Bad boy, don't growl." My dog is now in a normal state, and I turn and say, "I'm sorry, he barked at you." With no more than 1 second, I raise my eyes, and there's no one there. Like the guy I was talking to didn't even exist. I freaked out and rushed me and my dog home. If this mister was just a person walking his dog, he could not have come from the end of the street because the pit bull would bark. Okay. And also he couldn't have come from behind me because I would hear or see him, as the figure was 10 meters in front of me. None of my neighbors are elderly or with dogs. So what the hell was that? My dog has never growled since then. I don't know. Humble Stranger 6445. I mean, it's a little weird, but I don't know. I mean, are you absolutely certain that it couldn't just be something more innocent? I don't know, maybe I'm like biased, but I'm like, are you sure that couldn't be something else? I mean, it's a little weird, but I don't know. It's not like I'm a spirit skeptic, but I'm just like, are you sure it couldn't have just been a person and a dog? But then again, how would they vanish so quickly? Because that's obviously still a concern, because how would they vanish so quickly? Where did we get a biking outfit from? Why are we not just wearing our normal clothing? What? That's weird. Baby brother saw a man sitting on my bed. I don't think it was a man. This sounds just like something Magic Cat would have to deal with because of, your brother. One day ago by Wanka Willies. Of course they have a name like that. They follow us until death. It's basically just be there to be with you, so it's not bad. So it's literally like a shadow self. Interesting. But yeah, let's dive into this. This happened in 2018. I had just finished eating dinner, but was dirty from practice, so I laid on the dining room floor waiting for the shower to open up. Okay. As I'm scrolling through Instagram, I hear a loud thud directly above me where my sister and I's room was. I knew my sister wasn't home, so I get up to see who was in our room and why. As I'm going up the stairs, I hear my baby brother asking, "Tita, where are you?" I peek around the corner and scoop him into my arms, embracing him. While he's in my arms, I can feel his heart racing, and he seemed cold to the touch. I asked him what's wrong, and all he said was, "Scary." Mind you, baby brother is the most talkative kid ever, so him cutting it short seemed off to me. I console my brother, then take him to my mom. I walk back downstairs to give him to my mom, but then he starts talking about the man sitting on my bed. He explains to my mom that I had called him into the room, but instead there was a man on my bed, but it wasn't any ordinary man. My brother describes him as a man with black eyes and red ears. I have the video posted on my profile and him explaining it to my mom and I. As he finishes telling the story, my door upstairs slammed shut. Now there was only my mom, dad, and two baby brothers home. My dad's in the shower, brother's asleep, and the youngest was with us downstairs. Mom and I are terrified, so we grab my brothers and disturb dad's shower, telling him that there's someone in the house. He looks around and finds nothing. We grew up LDS, so my dad was a priesthood holder and demanded whatever it was in our house to leave and that it was not welcomed. It didn't work as we had more activity happen after that. In a recent story, I shared that my brother got scratched on his back while in the shower. That happened a day after my dad called out to it. Way to go, Dad. Anyway, we still aren't sure what was in our home or how we got rid of it. One day it just simply stopped. Also, if you don't know what LDS is, I assume they mean Latter-day Saints, which, if I remember correctly, isn't that another name for Mormons, or am I just crazy? Hold on. Latter-day Saints. Can't think of anything else called LDS. Yeah, it's also called Mormonism. I googled to confirm, but yes, Google says I was correct. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, LDS, also called Mormonism. Called it! Okay. Anyway, that's what I thought they meant. Yeah, the poor baby. Also, the Mormons claim that they are neither, well, obviously they're not Catholic, but they also say they're not Protestant. They say they're just like a different faction, I guess is the best word. Mormons consider themselves Christians, but many Christians don't recognize Mormons as an official denomination. Interesting. Because they have the Book of Mormon. I mean, apparently they still study the Bible, but there's also the Book of Mormon. Hmm. 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 You don't know it. Too many beliefs. To be fair, I feel like it's some kind of like American only thing. Because it wasn't it founded in the Americas. Hmm. I just know that a lot of people make fun of Mormons. Just a statement of fact, a lot of people make fun of them. Which doesn't really tell you anything because a lot of people make fun of a lot of things. So, just saying. Lots of people make fun of lots of things, so that doesn't really tell you anything about them. Okay, moving on. Hmm. Snazzy Chazzy 622. That's kind of catchy. I love that the title's literally just "What the hell happened?" Bless. I live in New Mexico on a military base. A few nights ago, I was falling asleep. Nothing out of the ordinary that day, but sometime in the middle of the night, I was woken up with loud ringing in my ears and this incredible sense of dread and fear. I opened my eyes to my room. Nothing strange or out of place objects, nothing that isn't in my room right now as I type this. At the foot of my bed, I saw this vague, lanky, dark figure with a head shaped a little like an almond. An almond specifically. It had no distinguishing features. Okay. Other than. Wait a minute. No distinguishing features. Okay. But how do you call the almond head a non distinguishing feature? Other than these piercing blue eyes that didn't seem to be affected by the fact it was dark in the room. Almost like a flashlight, but they didn't project any light onto me, just that they were much brighter than anything in the room. I haven't felt fear like this in years. I tried to yell, but all I could muster was these distraught moans. Eventually, I was able to wave an arm around, however, my arm was very heavy and I didn't have much control over it. I waved my arm around and continued to moan for what felt like a few minutes before I assume I fell back asleep and woke up the next morning. Was this really just a messed up dream, sleep paralysis, or something else entirely? I just want it to make sense. This is from 23 hours ago, so I assume this just happened to him. Is it? Obviously, I don't mean this in a derogatory way, but are you sure you didn't have a stroke? Because I'm being very serious about that question. I mean, the slurred speech and not being able to move one side of your body kind of sounds concerning. I feel like you should get that checked out as a possibility. And if you're fine, then you can worry about cleansing the fuck out of your room. Just saying. I think they mean haunted apartment, but they typed in hunted apartment, so it's kind of hilarious. I'm sorry, I promise I'm not an asshole, but sometimes I do make fun of the typos. Formal protection 687, 21 hours ago. Okay. Oh, you can actually. Hold on. No. Yeah. This is my first time sharing this as an adult, 33. I never considered sharing this story because it happened so many years ago. That's fair. My family used to live in an apartment complex as a child. We moved out when I was 7 because that was when my parents bought their first home. I must have been 5 or 6 at the time. I can backdate it to those years because before that, I used to sleep in my parents' bed with them. Then one day, my parents decided to buy a bed separate from theirs and placed it next to their bed. The apartment was on the lower floor. It had 4 rooms, a kitchen, and a living room. We had... Wait, what? Okay. That's a big-ass apartment. We had 8 people living there. My mom, dad, grandma, and 4 brothers. 2 brothers would sleep in 2 of their rooms each. My brothers are a lot older than me. The youngest one is next to me was 7 years older. My oldest brother is 10 years older. Every brother is 1 year apart. I know, right? My grandma had her own room. My parents had their own room. Okay. Nothing seems weird so far. My parents' room was south right of the door, which was in the north left. Of this room, my parents' bed faced the door, which faces a hallway. Okay. Down the hallway towards the front of the apartment on the left and right were the rooms my brothers stayed. When my parents bought the separate bed, my bed faced a bathroom. Behind my bed and my parents' bed, there's a thin rectangle slit window towards the top of the wall. The details are important, and I'll explain later. Okay. One night I couldn't sleep. My parents are sleeping already. The room was dark, but the windows of the room, ambient light from the moon, shine through. I see a figure with a bluish glow. It's a woman in a long white dress and long black hair. The face wasn't visible. She didn't look at me. She was floating and in front of my bed and hung a left to the bathroom that faced my bed. I remember covering my head with the blanket and breathed. It was hot. I fell asleep. I always told myself until adulthood that it was a nightmare and it was pushed out of my memory. Okay. As we moved out of the apartment to our house, I'd never really thought about it for years until I was an adult, maybe in my 20s. My brothers, second and fourth, one day somehow talked about the apartment. My family kind of split up because my 2 brothers were out of state. Okay. My second oldest brother who slept down the hall. He used to get bad grades and had focus issues, and coming from an Asian immigrant family, that was a no-no. My dad used to make him stay up till late at night to study to improve his grades. He said that late at night he heard footsteps on the walls of the hallway as if someone was walking on it. Next morning he would have scratches on his back. My brothers were saying how some lady committed self-deletion in that apartment. I've only confirmed it months ago with my mom. We chatted about purchasing a home, then I asked out of curiosity. She said, yeah, a lady had done so in that apartment before we moved in. That's when I told her the story. Side note, this apartment complex faces a middle school. My brothers used to go there and said that one of the school bathrooms is haunted because a girl also did that to herself. The students would avoid that bathroom. Also, my first brother could see spirits. He was talking to my mother there and he just tells them to leave him the fuck alone now. We've never really sit down to talk about ghosts. It's not a thing, only if it comes up. This story has always lingered with me. Even for most of my adult life, I don't really believe in or am interested in ghost stories. I don't think it's believable, but I don't really like scary or horror stories if it is. Okay, I don't know how that part's related, but whatever. I love how the top comment says spirits don't care if we believe in them or not. That's similar to what I say because I always jokingly say you may not believe in spirits, but spirits believe in you. You're already forgetting the details about which thing. I still can't believe they gave her an actual bike riding outfit. Mm. Details. Da 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 da. Really? It's hanging on by a sliver? Rude. Well, this one's short. Twiddle D02, 22 hours ago posted, an entity is attached to my grandmother. Oh, hell no. Recently, I've been seeing a dark shadow around my grandma the last 2 times she visited us. She never visits us often because she's not maternal in any shape or form, and she hates the countryside and everyone in the countryside, excluding us, and she flips off the locals all the time. She's a very witty and snarky woman and has a lot of attitude for someone who's 75. What's that supposed to mean? Why would her age make her not have attitude? I saw the entity for the first time around 2 to 3 months ago when she visited. Again, when she visited around 2 weeks ago, so I know it's attached to her. It doesn't seem to be doing any harm to her since she's been acting relatively the same. How do I dismount? Okay. She's been acting relatively the same, but it has negatively affected my family and I during her visits. I know not to pay it any attention because that's how they get attached to you, but it doesn't seem to be aware of the fact that it's causing harm. It looks like a cloud of black smoke and it's very short. I wonder if it's a child. I saw it sitting on the big couch and my cat Honey climbed up on the armrest and started purring. Our 2 dogs are also much calmer when it's around, but whenever my grandma spends the night, my mom and I get sick afterwards and have horrible nightmares about the entity, and the house always smells horrible for a few days. How do I get rid of it or find a way to pacify it? I mean, I feel like it would be a lot worse if the animals were freaking out, but they seem kind of chill. Like, the animals seem to not be freaking out over it, which means they're not concerned. Did I really find like 4 fossils? Okay. There we go. Oh, another one. I just don't even know what to say, because, like, it kind of sucks that him and OP and their mom are getting sick every time, but Granny seems fine and the animals like it, so I'm like, is is there an issue? You said you need a new light. Yeah, we've talked several times about how that red light is definitely not helping you. Ah. Yeah, that is not doing you any favors. Hmm. Someone whispering to you with your own voice. Yeah, that's a little creepy. Silly throwaway 9. Why do y'all always name your account something something throwaway? Like, it's kind of annoying. Just make a fucking account. Hey guys, first post here, I'll keep it short. Last night I was alone in the bathroom brushing my teeth, okay? In my left ear, someone whispered my name. What creeped me out a little was the fact that the voice sounded like my own. Has this happened to any of y'all? I've had unexplained things happen around me throughout my life every so often, but never any whispering. That's from 19 hours ago. And that's all there is to it. It's literally a paragraph long. A very short paragraph. Makes things darker and you can't see well. Yeah, even if it wasn't continuously creeping you out, I would definitely suggest getting a new light. Really? I'm busy. I honestly didn't even read what he said, Rip. Dowsing machine, okay. Your cat scared you. Yeah, your cat scared you a couple times. Let's see. Bad memory or something more. Gndii. I don't think you're actually able to pronounce that. I mean, how would you say that? Gndi? I don't know. 20 hours ago. Hmm. So to start this off, I always chalk this. Why would they not say chalked? They put chopped this up to a really bad dream. Until I asked my older brother about it, and he remembered this incident too. Okay? Let's see. I was probably 4 or 5 at the time, him being a year older. Anyway, we were play fighting in the room that we shared at the time. While I was running away, I ran to jump on the bed, but just before I hopped on the bed, I felt something grab my feet and pull me underneath. What the hell? From here, the story gets blurry because what I experienced versus what he saw were two different things. He saw me get pulled under the bed where he pulled me back out. He said it looked unnatural the way I, quote, fell in. Yeah, that sounds unnatural. What I remember was not right. I found myself in a dark room, almost medieval looking, but everything was huge, like a room for giants or something. Okay. There were two weird looking people speaking a language I still haven't heard to this day. When they noticed I was in the room, I woke up on my bed with my brother asleep. From that day on, I would wake up and get pulled under if my feet were on the ground. It happened so much that I resorted to jumping off the bed for almost a year. It finally stopped altogether and never happened since. I don't know what to make of it. Bad memory or just a nightmare? It stopped after that, but my memory is messing with but is my memory messing with me or was it something else? I don't really know what to say. I really don't know what to say because it's like I, I don't know what to say. Like if it was just him, I, if it was just him, I would be like, but like it was both of them, so I don't know. Like there are such things as shared delusions, and it was only two people, so technically it could have been a shared delusion, which is still creepy how the mind can do that, but also I don't know, the fact that he remembered without prompting just makes me feel like it's less likely to be a delusion because he didn't need to be prompted to like know what it was. You know what I mean? Like there's a difference between asking because you can ask something in a leading way. There's a difference between asking, "Hey, did you see anything at dot dot dot?" or "Hey, did something pull me under?" Like those are two vastly different ways to ask questions, you know? Because you're not suggesting anything with one. Like just saying, "Did you see anything?" He could just say no. You know what I mean? But he started describing like stuff that the brother saw. I don't know how to explain it. Because I don't think their accounts are actually contradictory. But anyway, this one would probably make certain people paranoid. uh, well, that doesn't make any sense. Someone said I think I'm allergic to spirits. What? Can you imagine? Yeah, exactly. You always get so scared. What the hell? Hold on, I'm trying to open a story and it was being difficult. Hold on. I can't believe it took me back to the top of the page! Jesus Christ. Mm. Let me skim it because I don't quite understand. Hmm. Okay. Fine, I'll let you go to the bathroom first. Let's put the raspberries here. We're waiting for Magic Cat to get back from the bathroom because apparently she needs to make sure she isn't going to accidentally pee a little. It's not that bad, I swear. Well, maybe it is that bad. I don't know. You tell me. Tell me when you get back, Magic Cat. Are we watering or are we just... Oh, we're not. Okay. I was like, are we actually watering this? No, I have hiccups. Bad body. Okay. Magic Cat. Magic Cat. I hope this doesn't take 20 minutes. Magic Cat, come back. I can't read it without you here. Hmm. Well, I'm gonna find something else to read then, because I don't just want to, like, sit here not doing anything. Hmm. What the hell does that have to do with anything? So this one's just called I'll Be Watching You by Eastern Turned 4592 from 2 days ago. Hold on. I grew up in a very paranormally active home in East Bethel, Minnesota in the mid-90s. Okay. As I mentioned in my previous post, this house had every type of ghost you could think of. A shadow man in a hat and trench coat, another shadowy figure that bizarrely danced down the hallway, an unknown man in a fishing getup, a doppelganger of my father, giggling girls, and many other unseen entities. We experienced all kinds of unexplained electrical malfunctions, like the dishwasher starting itself despite not being used in years, radios playing and changing functions seemingly on their own, and broken lights suddenly turning on by themselves for no apparent reason. There were also times there would be knocking in the walls and explosive pounding on the front door, all without any plausible cause. This particular incident occurred in the summer of 1997. I was 5 years old. Hold on. There we go. I was 5 years old and just about to turn 6. My younger sister and I were sleeping in what was supposed to be our big girl bedroom. It was a previously unused room and the basement. They put you in the fucking basement? That my mom had decorated for us in a ballerina Barbie thing when she was expecting our brother. She wanted the new baby's room to be close to hers, so we were evicted from our cozy bedroom upstairs to the cold and neglected basement. Oh, hell no. Who puts their kid in the basement? Basements are always haunted. That's mean. Anyway, my mom had added some Barbie sticker decals to the walls and splurged on a queen-size Barbie comforter and pillow shams to make the uncomfortable room seem more exciting to a 4 and 5-year-old. For some reason, me and my sister were sharing a bed in this new room, even though we had our own beds when we were in the upstairs room. Despite all my mom's efforts and all the assurance of my sister's physical proximity, the downstairs room always made me anxious. I would beg my little sister to let us keep our small television on for comfort, but she hated that staticky feeling that emitted from the television that she seemed ultra sensitive to. Getting poltergeist vibes. One early morning between 3:30 and 3:45 a.m., I woke up first to an eruption of chaos happening around me. The first thing I became aware of was that my little 5-year-old body was bouncing up and down off the mattress without my control. I was lying on my back with my arms slightly out to my sides. My knees were bent, sticking up in the air, with my feet flat on the mattress. My body was bouncing as if someone was quickly jumping up and down repeatedly on the mattress very close to me towards my feet. The next thing I noticed was how dark the room was. It was always dark when the TV and lights were off, but this was different. It was so dark I couldn't make out the outline of the door opening less than 10 feet away from us. Okay then. Meanwhile, the FM radio clock plugged in on the shelf above our heads was playing an unknown song at a volume that felt like it was going to shatter our eardrums. This unknown melody pierced the dark like an alarm, causing panic and confusion. My sister was in the bed, laying on her side facing me. She was not bouncing up and down like me. She was shaking my arm and crying. She was begging and pleading for me to wake up and make everything stop. Without even taking a moment to think about how or why any of this was happening, I sprang to my feet and while standing on the bed, I pulled the power cord from of the radio from the wall. Silence immediately enveloped the dark room and seemed to bring calm. At the time, I didn't know the song that the clock radio had been screaming out, but as I grew up, I would learn it was the Police's 1980s hit, Every Breath You Take. It took me 15 years after this experience to appreciate how creepy that song was, especially in the context of this event in a home plagued by invisible entities. Yeah, it genuinely does sound super creepy, even with context, so the fact that this was playing during a haunting was definitely creepier. Um, if y'all don't know, I feel like everyone's heard this, but if you magically haven't, this is the song that goes, every breath you take, every move you make, every bond you break, every step you take, I'll be watching you. Every single day, every word you say, every game you play, every night you stay, I'll be watching you. After I unplugged the radio, somehow my little sister was able to go right back to sleep without so much as a peep about what we had just experienced. I don't remember doing so, but I know I went to my parents' bedroom that night and lay down on the floor on my mom's side of the bed. I remember just laying there wondering what I had just experienced. Ooh, flame wheel? The place feels weird, half empty. What do you mean? The other one was, hold on. But yeah, that was the one entitled I'll Be Watching You. Alright. Where's the one with the... Where's the sister one I want to... Here we go. Wait, who was the other one about? Hold on, I don't think I said who the other one... The other one was by... Oh, I did say Eastern Tune 4592. That's right. Okay. Anyway, this one's by Wonka Willies. 2 days ago, my sister had just broken up with her boyfriend and we cried together, but one night I cried alone. Took some stuff to the new house, now it feels weird. Ah. Interesting. I don't know what to say. My sister and I shared a room our entire lives up until we both left for college. Our rooms were never big, but big enough to fit two twin-size beds parallel to each other. I loved sharing a room with her. We'd talk, laugh, and cry together as we fell asleep. Now, on this particular day, my sister, 15 at the time, had just broken up with her boyfriend. She cried nearly the whole day, and we laid in her bed as I comforted her. Okay. Hold on. It hurt me seeing her like this, so I cried with her. At 3:30 p.m., I had to leave for softball practice, so I give her a kiss on the forehead before leaving. I come back at 7 when practice is finished to dinner on the table. Now I'm exhausted from practice, so I forget that my sister has been in our room crying and head straight for the shower. After I shower, I sit with my dad in the living room and ended up falling asleep. Around midnight, I woke up and went up to my bed. I glance over to see my sister's bed and see her curled up, so I let her sleep. A couple hours later, I hear a loud sniffle coming from her bed as if she had been crying more. I shine my phone flashlight towards her bed and see the outline of her body. I get up and walk over to her bed, but as soon as I touch the blanket, whatever was under it just vanished, like it went from a body to a completely flat blanket. I shit you not, I jumped from her bed and booked it to our parents' room. I tell them as I'm crying exactly what happened, and they explain to me my sister left around the same time as me to sleep over at her best friend's house. Okay, my dad probably wishes he didn't tell me that because we slept in their room for months before getting comfortable again. Anyways, it still creeps me out, but I've always wondered what would have happened if I had gone straight to bed after my shower. We'll keep fighting. Actually, no, I think I have to... Hmm. Someone commented, this legit sounds horrifying, for real. Hmm. It sounds like something that would be in a movie, honestly. Hmm. I didn't even see what the move was, my bad. I was not paying attention. No. We'll give up on learning because I know I'm not going to use it. Eh. And the person says that's not the only thing that happened in their house. Hey, she evolved! Yes! Looking fabulous, Kyo. Oh, for fuck's sake. I don't want her to learn that move. Why are you offering again? There we go. Hmm. I have to get to those people through wherever we would have to go for that. Hmm. Hmm. Mr. Okay. Things I've learned about a haunted childhood. What? Yeah, the sister thing was a little weird, but yeah. This one is Things I've Learned After a Haunted Childhood by Shawarma Enjoyer 9. I love that name. 2 days ago. I grew up in the Middle East in Jordan, and my siblings became religious partly because of what had taken place in our previous home over the years. Okay. Let's see. Our attempts to approach these situations rationally were fruitless, especially when my non-superstitious adults, our parents, just decided to stop ignoring this shadow entity, which we've been seeing but never discussed or brought up to one another, and decided, fuck it, can we please cleanse this place and move the fuck out? This haunting was confirmed by several sheiks. Islamic equivalent of a priest also invokes the name of the God of Abraham, Allah. If you speak Jesus' language, then you'd be referring to Almighty God by the word. Yeah, okay. I can't pronounce words in what was it? Aramaic or something. Yeah, I can't pronounce those words. They're Semitic languages after all, with one being much older. My inclusion of this piece of trivia is not to promote Islam or any other religion, but to provide religious context. Okay. Anyway, they cleanse the place with ayat, verses of the Quran, and banish the entities to the underworld. I can go into the paranormal events in detail if asked to do so by a commenter, but for now I'll just list the things my parents, siblings, and I have learned after living in that place for 12 years. Do not purchase antique vessels, suspicious oils, figurines, or dolls from Morocco. That's kind of random. If you live in an apartment building and your neighbor straight up does black magic, expect your place to be affected by darkness as well. Where do they even get these rules? That's so wild. Yeah, if your neighbor does black magic. First of all, what do you mean by black magic? And second of all, how would you know? Like, this is just so random. And why would they be doing that? And who do you move in with? What? Demons slash shadows slamming doors, scratching on walls, etc. Call the police. Some Arab countries take magic seriously. Why would you call the police on someone for magic? Or get your local priest, depending on your faith, immediately. Moving out would be your best bet, especially if the magician leaves a token as revenge. What in the hell? This is wild. They actually believe this? That's crazy. He says not to use Ouija boards. To be fair, a lot of people who use Ouija boards don't know what they're doing. So I would add a caveat by saying don't use a Ouija board unless you know what you're doing. Finger blasters. I wouldn't ban them from everyone entirely. I would just say if you don't know what you're doing with something, then don't try it unless you have someone more experienced with you. Because it's kind of like getting into a car when you've never taken driver's ed. It doesn't mean you shouldn't drive, but it does mean you should know what you're doing first. Get the picture? Okay. He said the same thing for tarot cards, but I'm like, there's nothing bad about tarot cards. Like, they're not scary, they're not evil, they don't open any doorways or whatever. They literally just help you do divination. And I know some religions don't allow divination, but it feels weird for him to try to, like, institute some, like, pan-religious ban on tarot cards when there's nothing wrong with them. Anyway, he said, do not buy used furniture, toys, or clothes. I have to add that just because of hygiene purposes, I would recommend not doing that either, because you never know, like, what someone did with that object before. And I don't even mean this in a supernatural sense. I'm just like, you don't know what fluids, diseases, germs, etc. are on that shit, so sometimes not even bleach can save it. I'm just gonna put that right there. He says, do not interact with any of these entities. Scratches, doors open, etc. are invitations for investigation. Do not acknowledge any of this. Prayers are your best tool. My guy literally said, just ignore it until you hurt its feelings. I mean, that's one way to get rid of it, I guess. Ignore it so much that it hurts its feelings and it leaves because it feels bullied. Spirit rights! Do not... Never use any spirit box or device board tool that is a claim to establish contact with the other world. I would again add the caveat to not use something like that if you don't know what you're doing. I'm not going to randomly, like, auto-ban everyone across every belief system from using this. I would just be like, please know what you're doing before you use something like this. I'll use my driving example again. You wouldn't get in a car without taking driver's ed, so why would you use some kind of spirit communication without knowing what the fuck you're doing? Just saying. Know what you're doing. Only accept incense as a gift from trusted individuals or your local religious institution. Under the category of... I guess their definition of magic in their religion is kind of different from what I would consider magic. Under the category of magic is a certain type of incense which when burnt invites demons into the location. That sounds crazy. Like, what? I've literally never heard of that. What is he talking about? What? That's wild. Incense is just incense. He sounds insane. Incense is just incense. Although, if you're that paranoid, I suppose you could just make your own and bless it yourself, like, if you're gonna be that paranoid. He says to not use talismans, but doesn't give a justification? I would, once again add a caveat and say to be careful trying things when you don't know what you're doing, because you could, in fact, screw it up and accidentally, make something with the opposite effect. Like, let's make a silly example. Say you're trying to make a talisman that repels clowns, but you don't know what you're doing, so you accidentally make a talisman that attracts clowns. See what I'm saying? What I say is don't do shit if you don't know what you're doing. He just says not to do it at all, but I'm like, don't do it if you don't know what you're doing. If you know what you're doing, fine. Peace be with you, move on with your life. The last bullet point says if some random person asks you for your mom's name, and the context dictates that it's for no apparent reason, do not under any circumstance provide it to them. Why? Are they gonna kidnap you? What is his justification? Oh, he's saying he's calling it black magic if it involves demons, but I'm like, bro, that kind of sounds racist. Like, what do you mean by that? Even calling it dark magic sounds racist, because why is it bad? Like, why are you associating black and dark with bad, you know? Anyway, this doesn't even make sense, because if you were gonna curse someone, you don't need their mother's name to do it, you just need a tag lock. What is he talking about? Then he just says bless you all at the end. Like, what? He didn't even come here to tell a story. I'm so confused. You said for a religious place it does have magic. Which you had said you said which your God said not to use to hurt people. So you're allowed to use magic, but you're not allowed to use it to hurt people. Interesting. I'm trying to figure out what the do not is for. At this point, I've gone through the whole thing. I don't actually know what it goes with. I mean, yes, it's probably wise not to randomly give out your personal information to strangers, especially since they could steal your identity or use it to stalk you and kidnap you. But if you are in fact worried for your immortal soul, I suppose that's a good reason to keep it secret too. But yeah, like, I don't think y'all realize that no one needs your mother's name to curse you. Like, not to sound shady, but if I wanted to curse you, I wouldn't need your mother's name to do it. There's so many things you can use to curse someone. A photograph of them, just so the curse knows what to lock onto. A photograph of them, a sample of their handwriting, some of their hair, which I don't know why you would have, except for the fact that since people's hair falls out all the time from shedding, that you could get it very innocuously without hurting them. I don't think you can get toenail clippings without being a mega super fucking creep, but that's a possibility too. Obviously any substances that come from their body. I don't mean anything perverted. I mean, if you, for some reason, somehow creepily obtain tears or something, like if someone was crying and you're like, hey, use my handkerchief, there you go. Like, you don't need someone's mother's name to curse them. I'm just saying. I mean, I'm sure some people do use someone's mother's name for this, but I'm saying that you don't need someone's mother's name for this. Yes, handwriting. If I have a genuine article of someone's handwriting and I know it's their handwriting, then it's what's called a tag lock for a spell. Not necessarily a curse, but for a spell in general. And all that means is it's a way for it to lock onto the target of the spell. So basically, it tells it who it is supposed to be affecting. That's it. But yes, handwriting can be used too. Which is why if you're paranoid about someone trying to curse you or something, I would recommend not randomly leaving your handwriting for someone to obtain. Just saying. The other thing is, if someone can get something that has belonged to you for a long time and it has your essence attached to it, they can use that as a tag lock too. So, like, if you accidentally left your scarf in a classroom and someone wanted to use that in a spell, they could. Because it's yours and you've used it and you've worn it, and hell, it probably has your hair or sweat on it too, so it would be a perfect tag lock. I'm just saying. Yeah. Not to scare Magic, but why do I feel like I scared Magic Cat? What is this? I love that it just says strange encounter and it's a paragraph long. Yesterday I was working in a care home for the elderly. This happened in the afternoon. I was walking along one of the corridors and felt someone touch my back, followed by a prickly static sensation. When I turned around, no one was there. The corridors are adapted for wheelchair users and are very wide. I definitely did not brush against anything. That's the end of it. By Fizzy Photo, 2 days ago. Huh. I mean, to be fair, it could actually be the ghost of someone who, like, you know, passed away there, who expired there, so. But yeah, Magic, like, I'm not saying that it's wrong to use someone's mother's name if you're going to try to, like, curse them or something. Or even if you're gonna do an innocuous, like, non-baneful spell. You don't need someone's mother's name. Could you use it? Yeah, because it could be used as part of the tag lock. Because say that you want to, for whatever reason, baneful or benevolent, you want to cast a spell on or for Jamal. Well, if the spell is for Jamal, but there are 3 Jamals, you know, you could be like, oh, I want the Jamal whose mother is Fatima, not the Jamal whose mother is Aliyah, you know? Like, it does work as a tag lock, I'm just saying it's not the only way. Hmm. Okay. I just didn't want you to be scared of me. I mean, should you be? Potentially, I don't know, but... Oh, it's a been... Aww. Where'd you come from? Aw, I think I just wanted to play. She should probably keep a better watch on her Pokemon, though. Yeah, sure, every country has folklore and folk magic, but... Yeah. I'm just saying. There are, like, multiple different ways to do what you're talking about. What's this? Someone thinks they saw an angel. Really? This is the first post I've seen on our paranormal that could have been that's about like an angel. What? That's wild. I never see angel posts. So Alexander Mullins 2 days ago said, I saw a spirit and it possibly could have been an angel. This was about 5 or 6 years ago. I just thought about this experience and thought I should get some opinions on it. I was staying at a hotel with my mom and my brother and I had to sleep. I had this nightmare that this creepy old dude was trying to assassinate my mother and I tried to protect her, but he ended up getting to her, and just before he hurt her, I got pulled into another nightmare with the same guy trying to assassinate her. This happened 5 or 6 times. The final dream I got pulled into, I finally managed to hurt the old man, and I got on top of him and pushed my fingers into his eyes, which made his body go up my arms and around my body, engulfing me. In that moment, I was pulled out of the dream, and directly above me in the air was a man's face with a bright white light around it. He had a beard and shoulder-length hair and a huge smile. He disappeared after a moment, and I started to shake uncontrollably, absolutely terrified by the dreams I had, followed by seeing an apparition above me. I mean, it could have been a god too, but sure. I am actually going to buy some bird heal because we were in some of the caverns and... Wait, hold on. No, I don't think there's any full heals, so I'll just buy... We have 60,000, so... How much does it cost to buy 10 of each? 2,500. Okay, that's fine. He thinks it was an angel. I don't know. I mean, biblical angels, because like different religions have different angels, but the biblical angels specifically are in fact supposed to be terrifying. Like, so many of them have like 6 sets of wings and monstrous faces and a bunch of arms and eyes and shit. Like, just saying. Could have been an angel, could have been a god, I don't know. Could have been an ancestral spirit, depending on OP's ethnicity, I don't know. Like, clearly the last spirit wasn't trying to, like, harm or scare OP. Jesus Christ, I just want 10. Why does it keep going to random numbers? Yeah. You didn't know that? No, biblical angels aren't supposed to be cute. Let me pull up something. I don't know about Quranic angels, but biblical angels? No, they're not supposed to be cute. Some of them actually kind of sound low-key terrifying. Hold on. Biblical angel description. Or you could just type in biblically accurate angels. Hold on. Let me find this. So Ezekiel 1:5-9, and this was their appearance. They had a human likeness, but each had 4 faces, and each of them had 4 wings. Their legs were straight, and the soles of their feet were like the sole of a calf's foot, and they were sparkled like burnished bronze. Actually, there are 40 Bible verses about angels. Sorry, y'all. I'm not trying to proselytize. I'm not a Christian. I'm just explaining what biblical angels look like. Hold on. Above him stood the seraphim. Each had 6 wings. With 2 he covered his face, and with 2 he covered his feet, and with 2 he flew. Isaiah 6:2. And behold, there was a great earthquake, for an angel of the Lord descended from heaven and came and rolled back the stone and sat on it. His appearance was like lightning, and his clothing as white as snow. Matthew 28:2-3. Then I saw another mighty angel coming down from heaven, wrapped in a cloud, with a rainbow over his head, and his face was like the sun, and his legs were like pillars of fire. Revelation 10:1. Those are all verses about what angels look like in the Bible. It might be different for the Quran. Can I afford to buy 20 of these? It's only 14,000. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it! Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't know, honestly. I'll buy 10 of these too, just in case. Because I might run into one of the habitats that has... Because there are a few habitats with ice-type Pokemon, and I don't want my Pokemon to be frozen with, like, no way to help, so... Yeah, that's from the Bible. That's what I meant by biblical angels. I don't know what Quranic angels look like, though. But you did ask. Again, that's not actually my religion. I'm not trying to convert anyone. I'm just explaining that biblical angels don't look like those cute little fairy-type people that always show up in, like, cartoons and stuff. Just clearing that. Yeah. Biblical means, like, of the Bible, from the Bible. So a biblical angel is an angel as described in the Bible. That's all it means. Yeah, and I just read you some, like, Bible verses, the, like, book, the chapter, and the verse of the way angels were described. Anyway, Strange Childhood Memory by St. John Green, 3 days ago. I have this story that I wanted to share because it's one of the most paranormal experiences I've ever had. When I was 5, maybe up to 7 years old, I was in my room a lot because I didn't have any friends in my neighborhood, so I would just play with my Legos and Hot Wheels until I got bored. I remember being in my room and I heard, "Hey," and I turned around and there was an old man, but he looked grainy, fuzzy, and black and white. I wasn't scared because I just knew he was friendly somehow. He asked me all sorts of questions like, "What did you do today? How's your brother?" And he said all these things like he knew me. Then he told me, "Hey kiddo, you know your great grandma's gonna pass away soon, but don't be scared. She's going to heaven." I looked at him really confused. He eased me up with white light talk to not freak me out. It was weird when I think about now. He continued to tell me that she was going to get cancer again and expire, and that I should tell the family so they wouldn't be hurt badly when she does pass. Oh, I didn't realize there were people here. Rip. Okay, so we can't go that way. Sorry. Anyway. Um, So I got up and ran to Mom and told her everything. She told me to describe the man in my room, and when I did, she broke down crying. She showed me a picture of my great-grandfather who passed away when I was just 2 months old, and it was him. Everything from his head to his arms and his build. Years later, my great-grandma passed from cancer, which she survived before. I never forgot that memory. It doesn't haunt me, but it makes me happy to know that something is out there. Yeah, at first I was like, is this another angel story? But I was kind of on the fence because I also thought it might be his great grandfather. And delightfully, it was actually his great grandfather, which is kind of nice. It was actually the great grandfather. Yeah. I mean, he had no idea who the man was and what he looked like, so it's not like he could just make it up. Because he described all of it to his mom, and she's like, oh my god, that's exactly what your great grandfather looks like. That's what he sounds like. That's. And he wanted him to let the family know so they wouldn't, like, be shocked and suffer so that they'd have some warning. Yeah. And they said that did actually happen to her. She did actually pass that way. Hmm. I mean, to be fair, he was a little kid at the time it happened. You know? He was itty bitty when it happened, so he was at the point in his life where, like, his perception of the world is still open, and he, like, still is able to see things. He didn't lose his perception of spirits that most people do. Some people can go all their lives seeing spirits, hearing spirits, smelling spirits, feeling spirits, or some combination of those. Like one or two or all, some combination. And some people never sense anything. But yeah, he was just sitting playing, and basically his great grandpa popped up. And I was just like, it was kind of getting to me, like, not in a creepy way, but like in an emotional way. Because, like, looking back on it, his great grandpa was literally just getting to know him because he had passed when OP was so young. And he was just like, hey, how are you? What are you doing? What do you usually do? Different things. He was getting to know him. There was a story, it's not actually on this subreddit, but I don't think it is anyway, but it's something I saw so long ago, like years ago, where someone was sharing a story about how it was a story from their dad about how when they were younger, like when they had just been born, um their dad had a dream about, like, his parents who were both, like, deceased, and they were wanting to, like, hold the baby, and the grandmother was like, you can't hold him, he's too small right now, you'll hurt him. And grandpa wanted to pick the baby up anyway, so he did. And, well, lo and behold, the baby ended up crying. Dad woke up to the baby actually crying, and he went in, and there was, like, some kind of like handprint bruise on the baby, and yeah, the grandparents really wanted to see the baby, but yeah, the grandma was like, you can't pick him up right now, you'll hurt him. Yeah. Anyway, the next one is, for the love of God, why do all of you make throwaway accounts with throwaway in the name? Throw out away 876. I hate all of you. Why do you always do this? You can't just make an account, like a normal account. Y'all get on my nerves sometimes. Anyway, throw out away 876 said 3 days ago, I fucked up. Need advice on how to move forward. I've always been drawn to the dark side of spirituality. Oh, you must have been fucking around with stuff that you didn't know how to handle is what happened. I messed with the Ouija board because I wanted to see if it was truly real or if I was putting my beliefs into something bogus. So yes, he was screwing around with something he didn't understand and didn't know how to use. It's not that it's an inherently evil device, it's that he had no experience, no training, no foreknowledge, and he picked it up and used it anyway. This literally has the same energy as someone who's like, you know what, I'm gonna drive today, and they've never even seen a fucking car, and then they just get in one and immediately crash it. Same energy. Anyway, I messed with a Ouija board because I wanted to see if it was truly real or if I was putting my beliefs into something bogus. I take my beliefs very seriously. Well, curiosity killed the cat. I had sleep paralysis that showed demons in my apartment and I heard voices in my ear. I mean, to be fair, it could have just been your anxiety, your own anxiety, fueling the sleep paralysis. But, anyway. The full saying is curiosity killed the cat, but satisfaction brought it back, but clearly OP is not satisfied. I felt like I was in another realm. I was beyond terrified. I threw out the board. I saged my apartment. What else can I do? After taking a nap without sleep paralysis, I feel much better. It was definitely just the fear from nightmares that got to me. Okay, so he admitted that it was just nightmare fear. But yeah, the top comment says, everyone on Reddit wants to act like they know everything about the spirit world. I just can't believe who randomly is like, you know what, I've never seen or held this object before, I'm gonna use it. Why would you not get training or do some kind of study first? Like, it just boggles my mind that people are like, I've never done this. Let's do this without any frame of reference. It, like I said, it literally has the same fucking energy as someone who's never seen or sat in a car before, like someone who's fucking Amish or something, and just gets in the car and tries to drive, and then immediately crashes it into a tree. Same fucking energy. Why do y'all want to pick up shit that you don't know how to use? Like, seriously. Why would you not ask someone experienced to help you? Why would you not try to get experience first? Who just fucking... You just threw yourself into the deep end. Kathy Newman 2 days ago wrote, was it something? And that's it. That's all she wrote. LOL. Okay, when we moved to our previous apartment, we emptied some old furniture out of a storage room that was really packed. The little room was the only one in the house that could be locked, both from the inside and the outside. So when we emptied it, in one of the corners further to the door, hanging under a shelf, we found a little crucifix. Excuse me. My flatmate was not superstitious at all, but as a joke he said, maybe we better leave it where it is. And I decided we'd do it this way. It stayed as a joke of the apartment that was like a dark, mysterious corner of the place, but my flatmates were really not superstitious, so it didn't get any further. But still I was having this bad feeling in that particular place and with that object, the typical spot of an apartment with a kind of different vibe. Okay, the apartment itself had bad energy. It was a 1900s house building in the center of the city and had been rented many times. Me and my flatmate were really close, and after that apartment, among others, we moved out and are not speaking anymore. Just you get an idea of the vibes. So these times I was into a lot of esoterics, rituals, etc. I had some Palo Santo, which is... It's a type of rare wood that is typically used to cleanse a space. So Palo Santo is not something that's like bad or scary for y'all who don't know what it is. I would advise not using it, not because it's bad or ineffective or whatever, but because the trees are endangered and need to be farmed ethically if you're going to use it at all. And it gets overused a lot. Same with certain types of sage. And also, if you're going to get it, I feel like you should get it from the people who actually have some kind of indigenous history with it. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, so these times I was into a lot of esoteric rituals, etc. I had some Palo Santo and was doing meditations and cemetery walks. So it all put me in the mood to decide I would open the Palo Santo. Sorry, I'm not really using it anymore due to cultural and pollution issues, and go to that corner of the room to purify it. So I did, and I went there with my stick and all my intentions settled there. Entering the room and getting closer to the corner, I could not approach anymore because I felt a spike inside of my right knee. Like something driving you back from cleansing the place. It had never hurt before or felt like this, and also it didn't happen again later, and this story happened more than a year ago. Maybe more than a year and a half. So I felt that spike and had to run back to the living room because the spike feeling had literally been so intense I needed the couch to lean on. The feeling faded in the hours and never came back. Do you think it was something as general as that may sound? I mean, if you are superstitious, you could interpret that as something trying to prevent you from cleansing that area. Or you could interpret it as something more benevolent, warning you that the area is dangerous. Or you could interpret it as a coincidence. I mean, if it's something that happened multiple times from trying to clear the room, then that would be different. But it was a one-time thing, so it could just be a coincidence. A fourth option is that your anxiety was so great that it manifested as physical pain, as something psychosomatic. Which doesn't mean it's not real, mind you. It just means that a situation could have caused the pain. So there's four options, you know? Why the hell is there a dog yelling picture? Can we go through here now? We can, cool. No one's commented. Hmm. I absolutely hate that this post is just like, is there any way to cleanse items that previously belonged to someone who terminated their own life? I was recently given some vintage audio gear from my in-laws. It belonged to a friend of theirs that expired due to purposeful actions taken against themselves. They had it in storage for a while and recently gave it to me. I can't deny that I feel a little bit worried about bringing the items into my home and using them. Is there anything I can do to sort of cleanse the items? I mean, one option is certainly trying to get the spirit's permission to use it, but again, if you don't know what the fuck you're doing, then you would have no way of knowing if you contacted the right spirit, so don't even try that if you're not used to doing things like that. There are definitely several purifying and cleansing rituals you could use. What I feel like you should start out first, before you even start interacting with this item, if you're truly worried about it being like cursed or something, is to cleanse yourself first of like any, influencers or anything. Then put protection spells on, because it's stupid as fuck to put on protections before you purify yourself. Purify yourself, put on protections, and then, if you really feel like you need to cleanse the items, that way you're already protected before you interact with it. There are several methods of cleaning items, but these are electronics, so some of them don't work. Like, one way to cleanse items is, of course, with salt, or salt water, or holy water. You could try cleansing it with moonlight or sunlight. You could try cleansing it if you have any sort of purifying agent that you can let smoke. Smudging can only be done by specific indigenous people. So what you would be doing is smoke cleansing or reganing. Anyway, There are actually things besides sage and Palo Santo that work, because I know there are many species of sage that are endangered, and of course, same thing with Palo Santo. And there are specific ways to source them ethically from people, but not everyone knows how to do that. So anyway, I believe I have seen people using cedar or juniper because those also have cleansing properties. You could always try, if you felt something malicious coming off of it already, try banishing and then cleansing. If you don't feel anything malicious off of it, but you just don't want the energy associated with it, you could always try to make sure that the spirit is at peace. Like, there's just different things you could do. Or you could just not use it if you're that worried. Like, you could just not use the items. That works too. I love how the first comment says, how much do you want it? For real. Like, someone told him to set it on fire, which is not helpful. Someone said, I wouldn't keep stuff like this. Your call, but also fuck that. I mean, I wouldn't either, but I thought I would discuss options anyway. Someone said, would you actually suggest this? I'm broke and it's hard to turn down nice vintage gear. Someone mentioned what I did. They mentioned Palo Santo and Sage, but again, it's really hard to get those sourced ethically, and there's kind of an overuse problem and a sourcing problem. And anyway, they mentioned frankincense and myrrh, which are incense, for cleansing. You can also use Florida water, not actual water, or rose oil, is what Beyond Spooky said. Someone also mentioned crystal cleansing, which is a thing. There are crystals that tend to purify energy in spaces, or people. Like, I think I have some yellow citrine or something that does that. It draws negative energy towards it so that it can purify it. So it's kind of like that one goddess that like eats your sins, and she has like a dual role as like a filth and purity goddess. They're kind of like that in the sense that they have a dual role of both sucking in negative like energy, influences, entities, and then purifying them and releasing the purified energy. But anyway, um someone said salt water and a white cloth. Um, someone said someone else also mentioned salt, frankincense, myrrh, palo santo, or all three. And then they actually gave him a ritual to do with it. Someone told him to see if he has any pagan, Wiccan, or witch friends, which I love. Someone else mentioned playing specific holy or purifying music through it, which I guess would technically be helpful if you believe in that sort of thing. Like, I can see why it would be helpful for someone to, say, play gospel music through something they think is cursed. Like, yeah, that makes sense. Except they mentioned Ravi Shankar. I don't really know who that is or what he does, but, I'm just looking through the suggestions. People just keep saying to cleanse or bless the item. Someone said their mom does cleansings. Anyway, that was by Blank Wave Arcade from 3 days ago. I'm like, I personally wouldn't feel comfortable using it. Just saying. But there are methods to, for lack of a better word, make it safe if you're worried about it not being safe. Ah. What's this? I really need Miu to catch up. Oh. I don't actually know what Pokemon they have, Rip. Like, I don't remember. I know they have some sort of complementary Pokemon, but I don't know what they are. Oh, no! I'm sorry, I knocked it over. That's my fault. I knocked it over. That was my bad. I knocked it over with my knee when I was trying to move. My bad. I'm sorry. Oh. I'm surprised this Ponytail hasn't learned, like, Stomp or Double Kick or something. A little weird. Ugh. I'm so sore. Being crunched up in the same fucking position. Ow. Finally, thank you, Miyu. Stop. I feel like that might scare Magic Cat, but we're gonna do it anyway. Explain what it could be by manufacturer Future 62 2 days ago. I'll start with the first thing I know of happening. I don't really remember much of my childhood, but my mother has told me this story a couple of times. When I was about 5 years old, give or take, I would get random cuts and scratches and bruises, and once a bite mark. Anytime she'd ask me what it was from, I'd just point at the corner of the ceiling, up the stairs, and at the light. I'd say that he did it. This continued until my mom told me to fight back one day, and it stopped. I love that OP's mom was like, beat his ass, baby. And baby beat his ass, and he stopped. I love that for them. Anyway, my dad also told a story of me around the same age in the same house. One morning, he woke up to me running up to him and jumping up and sitting on the bed. I had been sleeping in their bed that night. He was half asleep, so he closed his eyes, and when he opened them, I wasn't there anymore. He turned, and I had never left the bed next to him, but he swore he felt the pressure of me sitting on the bed and everything. Maybe a mimic? Over the years, I've seen shadow figures every couple of months or years. My grandmother on my mom's side is also a witch. Not sure how much I believe all that, but once when I was 15, she stayed in my room because of knee surgery, and when she left, I heard whispering late at night, as well as loud bangs of things falling just as I was about to fall asleep. What, did she excite them? They're like, ooh, a witch is here! At my dad's house when I was 17, I would hear tapping on the wall every night past 12, and I had sleep paralysis once at my uncle's before that. A different uncle has also always seen a little girl dressed in white since he was young. I've never seen that, only shadows and knocks. Other than that, than the other stories I've told. Anyone with similar experience know more about this? Someone suggested that they think OP was hallucinating, but everyone in the entire subreddit can't be hallucinating. There's like thousands of people. You're telling me all thousands of these people are somehow all hallucinating their entire lives? I'm pretty sure at this point, cause like, what is it? One's an accident, two's a coincidence, and three is a pattern? Like, dude. By the time you get to 1,000, it's damn well been a pattern for a long fucking time. Every single person in the subreddit is not simultaneously hallucinating for 3 decades. Just saying. The lengths these people will go to for denial is insane. I do love the mom being like, fight back. She really said, beat his ass, baby. And baby really said, okay, mom, and did it. Gotta water the plants. Gotta water the plants. Let's see. Let's find Manteno Abandoned Asylum. Y'all did not go in that place. Someone said quite a few abandoned asylums and hospitals are haunted. No fucking shit. Literally every hospital has to have been haunted at least once because guess what? People expire there all the time. Like hundreds of people, thousands of people, especially the longer it's been there or the more people that are there. I mean, I didn't think that was fucking rocket science to figure out. Hold on, let me go get this item. Some people on here just be acting stupid. Like, really? Of course it's fucking haunted. All hospitals are haunted. Unless it's new and nothing's ever happened on the land, it's gonna be haunted. Just saying. Even if it's new, it might be haunted because you can't really keep... You don't really know the history of the land, and someone could have expired there a century ago and you wouldn't know. No land is ever clean, just so you know. Doesn't mean a massacre happened, but no land is ever free of influence. I'm just saying. That's why you have to assert the fact that you're, like, the dominant influence. I'm just saying. Bunny, huh, woo, sounds like you. What sounds like me? I don't even know what this was a comment to. What sounds like me? And back then they weren't known for treating their patients with kindness or care, quite the opposite. For real, there was so much abuse in those places. Someone commented underneath, be careful if you ever go to explore that place, you'll most likely leave with an attachment. It's a very dangerous place if you were only on your way there and you were already engaging with a negative entity. Unless you have experience dealing with these beings or know how to protect yourself, I'd stay away. Some experiences aren't worth the thrill. I would think having the experiences you two had driving up there would be enough to never want to go back, but not getting caught could be a problem. Whenever we investigate, we're at a location that is open to the public 24/7, like some cemeteries and graveyards, or we have permission to be at that location. It is better to not have to deal with the police. Your experience was indeed interesting. If an entity has the ability to reach out to you from a distance, I would not want to see what it could do if you were in its territory. Fair. Yeah, for real. Because think about it. Like, the same thing would be like... I'm just like, it's the same... It has the same energy as if I was yelling at someone from the street. Obviously, I can technically influence them. Because they can hear me. Potentially they can see me, maybe not. I can see them, I can hear them. But it's totally different if they actually walk in my house. You see what I mean? From a distance, all I can do is yell at them. But if they walk into my house, you know what I mean? That's kind of the difference for the spirit. From a distance, yeah, something can yell at you. But actually going to its house, disrespecting its house and its boundaries, just waltzing in like you own the place with no respect. Yeah, I can both see something happening to them and, like, where was I going with this? I can see something happening to them and see how something would happen to them very easily, I guess. Beating up spirits sounds like me? What the hell do you mean? I don't beat up spirits. How does this sound like me? You're mean. Someone said, really? Crazy thing is, I remembered most of it being demolished in about 2006, except for a sewage treatment facility, an outbuilding or two, and the parts that belong to the VA, along with the bits that are still being used as a home for disposed youth. If it's the one in Montano Township, kinda near Kankakee, I guess? Someone left a picture of it. Someone said they turned around after chickening out in the dark. Probably wouldn't be scared during the day, they said. I still don't recommend going. Just saying. Anyway, let me actually read Dragonfly Fairy's experience. They posted this 3 days ago. I have an experience. 2 nights ago, me, 25F, and my friend, 27F, learned that there's an abandoned mental hospital about 20 minutes southwest of where I live. Yeah, that sounds like the dumbest shit ever. Please don't just randomly go to abandoned places that have horrible histories. That's a good way to disappear. Around 9 p.m. we were like, fuck it, nothing will happen. Let's just go now so we can explore without getting caught. Y'all sound like the dumb cheerleaders that die at the beginning of every horror movie. I'm not sorry. Um, so we're driving through a bunch of cornfields. Cornfields? Hell no. I don't know why, but cornfields are a specific type of creepy. And I'm having images in my head of two girls in white dresses running from some dark entity. I was like, okay, this is just my anxiety, whatever. Then my friend pulls over and asked if I'm okay, and I was like, yeah, I'm fine, just feeling kind of off. And we debated about turning around, but then decided to keep going. Y'all have no self-preservation instincts, do you? A few minutes later, I have another image in my head of some black creature with horns and a black cloth over his body in the back of our car smirking at us. Then at the same time, my friend asked if I heard that. I said no, but we simultaneously rolled the windows up and we started uncomfortably cracking up out of nervousness. We turn around and I have to cross over train tracks. I've lived in the Midwest my whole life, crossing train tracks all the time. Never have I been on them and have them start to close. Huh. We were about to be stuck between the track gates, but I was like, oh my god, go. And she floored it in just enough time. Why was she taking her sweet fucking time crossing train tracks? Does she want to get hit? Then she kept telling me to look in the back seat in my and face my fears, to which I did not. I played the K-Love radio station in hopes to make us safe. Why would K-Love specifically make you safe? We get home and she told me she heard really loud electric buzzing noise behind her when she asked if I heard that. Okay, then we do some Googling and find out that in 1941, almost 200 people had escaped the hospital. A nearby farmer had to sell his home from finding bodies on his property. She finds that there is a demon who should look like what I saw in my head. Then she finds someone's master thesis on experiences and includes that sound she heard. Any thoughts, criticisms, or comments? Huh. Interesting. Well, yeah, of course I said if spirits hit you, hit them back. Why the fuck would you let someone hit you without hitting them back? You gotta stand up for yourself. If they hit you, you have to hit them twice as hard. You gotta let them know they're not allowed to hit you. Duh. I'm just trying to figure out what the hell K-Love is. For real. I'm just sitting here like, what is K-Love? I love that that's the part of this I'm preoccupied with. I'm like, what is K-Love? Yeah. Anyway, thank you, Austin Milas? Thank you for the follow. How are you today? Interesting. I still want to know what that radio station is. Yeah, you kind of are a scaredy cat, but like that's what I appreciate about you. Excuse me. Sorry, I didn't mean to hit the microphone. I don't know why, but this made me think about the Devil's Stomping Ground. Have you ever heard of it? Hey, Austin Miles. Miles? Then why do you have it spelled that way? It's literally spelled as my and less. I'm not I'm not making fun of you. I'm just like, then why is it spelled that way? Why are you messing with our emotions, Austin? Why are you messing with our reading experience? Yes, no abandoned places. Not unless you are protected to the nines and you know what you're doing. I personally, I mean, I wouldn't want to go anyway, but if for some reason I had to, like, I don't know, if someone was dumb enough to kidnap my kid and was holding them there, I would want to make sure there was a whole team of, like, witches or shaman or something to, like, just finesse that shit. You know what I mean? Like, just clear the way. They recommended it. I mean, I chose my own name. Fuck the recommendation. I have my own identity. But, fair. I love how Magic said if it's a spirit that, like, scared people, she's a target. I love that. Um, I don't love it for you, but I do think it's funny. Yes, I'm reading stuff from our paranormal and we're talking about spirits. But yeah, Magic called me a spirit abuser just because I said if a spirit hits you, hit them back. And Magic was like, "That's a spirit abuse." And I'm like, "No, that's self-defense. If they hit you, hit them back. If they hit you again, hit them back harder." I mean, I don't even know if I would want to take you to explore someplace like that, because first of all, it's guaranteed to be haunted as shit. Second of all, you're gonna be so scared the whole time that you're probably gonna have a heart attack, and the spirit won't even have to try to get to you, because you'll just collapse in my arms. What do you mean, spirit justice? What are my thoughts about Ouija boards? Funny you asked that, because that actually came up earlier. I don't actually remember what her Pokemon is. Oh, does she only have Bidoof? Okay. My thoughts are the same as what I said earlier, which is I don't think there's anything inherently bad about using or owning a Ouija board. I think it's bad when you don't know what the hell you're doing and you just throw yourself in the deep end. Like I said, it literally has the same energy as someone who's Amish, who's never seen a car, never sat in a car, who decides they're gonna up and drive one day and then they crash their car on a bridge. Has the same energy. I'm like, why would you pick up a spirit board if you don't know anything about spirits or spirit communication or protection and you just don't know what you're doing overall? It's literally the same as someone who's never seen a car or taken driver's ed trying to drive, and I'm like, really? Of course you're gonna crash. You don't know what you're doing. Why would you try to befriend something that's been hitting you? You deserve better friends than something that's going to abuse you. Why would you not befriend something that didn't start off trying to hurt you? Kick its ass. I do think it's possible to befriend spirits, and I do think that if that's something you're interested in and you know what you're doing, have at it. But why would you want to befriend someone, whether it's a human, an animal, or a spirit, that just starts off always trying to hurt you? Why would you want that? You deserve better than that. That's like telling someone to be okay with domestic violence. No. Unless you settle your differences by kicking each other's ass and then you're cool after that. I mean, I guess that could work. I don't know. I love how Magic Cat says it was lonely, then it needs to act better. I mean, none of the spirits in my life have ever fucking tried to beat me or scare me or hurt me or whatever the hell y'all's spirits have tried to do to you, whatever, I don't know. I've read some stories of people being like, and then I almost fell out of a window or something, and I'm like, no, these are not the spirits you befriend. Just saying. Why would you not try to befriend the spirit of, I don't know, the bunny god that is kind to mothers or something instead of some rando that tries to break your leg? Like, is the bar in hell? Are your expectations that low? Are your fucking, what are they called? Your standards that low? Imagine tell your friends that you have a spirit friend and prove it. Okay. What about it? Fun parties, you say. I mean, to be fair, every time me and my friends have played Cards Against Humanity, that I have invoked the, like, presence and attention of one of my gods to, like, play with us as Rando, Rando's draws are always hilarious and startlingly clear and, like, make sense. Hold on, I clicked the wrong thing. Like, you know how when you draw the Rando card, sometimes it makes no fucking sense because it's Rando? Every time I like pray and I'm like, hey, name of spirit, would you like to play with us for the game? The cards always make sense and they're always hilarious. And a lot of times they're also incredibly savage because that particular spirit just has a specific sense of humor and a specific personality, and you can tell every time that spirit is playing rando. You can tell. Versus when, like, no spirit is involved and it's just one of your friends picking the card and there's, like, nothing behind the choices or whatever. Yeah, you can tell. You can tell when rando's just rando and when rando really is an entity participating. You can tell. It always cracks me up. No, not cards floating in front of you. More like answers that are often better than the actual players, that are, like, creepily hilarious or savage to the point that it doesn't seem random and makes people question whether or not y'all are actually just the like 3 or 4 of you playing. That's what I'm talking about. Of course there's no cards floating. Cards don't float. I mean, I've never seen anything floating. And if I did, I'd tell them to knock that shit out, but, you know. Sorry, I will get to your question, Jesus. Y'all ask me questions and then expect me to answer them all at once. Let's see. What do you think about Jin? And then you said it again. Um, I don't I don't really know what you want from me. What do you mean, what do I think about them? I don't really have personal stakes. Like, I don't have a personal opinion on them. What am I supposed to say? I've never interacted with one. I don't know. I don't know how I'm supposed to have an opinion on something I've never had experience with. I don't know what you want me to say. I've never been in the presence of a djinn, at least knowingly. How would I know what they're like if I've never had experience with them? You know? That would be like asking me what it's like to meet Amish people. I don't know. I've never met Amish people. Or asking me what it's like to taste goat meat because I've never had goat meat. I don't know. I don't have an opinion on it. I don't have experience with it. That's kind of a weird assumption to make. Just because someone has experienced certain types of spirits does not mean they've experienced all types of spirits. Not to mention the fact that just because you know stuff doesn't mean that you magically have opinions on everything. I have no experience with a djinn, so why would I have an opinion on them? Hey, awesome Asian. Magic Hat says, good news, my window is closed. LOL. Are you still paranoid about the Shadow Dancer, Magic Cat? Magic Cat barked back! I'm not mad at you. I'm just like, how can I have an opinion on something I've never experienced? I've never had an experience, good or bad, with a djinn that I know of. I mean, honestly, same with like regular demons. I've never had an experience, knowingly, good or bad, with a demon. So, like, how would I have an opinion on them? I mean, there are people that actively, like, have spiritual relationships with these types of entities and, like, work with them, but I don't, so I don't have an opinion. My favorite Pokemon? That's hard. That's hard because I have multiple favorites. One of my favorites, though, is Lapras. I will say that. That's one of my favorites. And it's not just because of Lorelei, I swear. Uh, I love the entire Eevee evolutionary... What is it? A tree at this point? Instead of just... Instead of just a straight line, it's an entire tree. Or at this point, is it a forest? I don't even know where we are in the analogy. I feel like those are common likes, though. Some less common likes. Well, no. Mimikyu's pretty popular. Gengar's pretty popular. They're some of my favorites. But I especially just like different dark, ghost, and poison types. I don't know why. I just do. And I love fairy types, too. Gardevoir, obviously, one of my favorite Pokemon ever. Love me some psychic and fairy types. Love me some ghost types. I like Phantump, but not Pumpkaboo, and I can't tell you, like, I can't explain why. I just don't like the other one. It's not like anything gave me a reason not to, I just don't. Like, I can't explain it. It's just like, you know how when you meet people sometimes and you just don't like them? It's like that, except with a fictional creature. It's like, I just don't like it. I don't know why. Yeah. I have like an entire list of favorites. I really do. Ponyta can have flash fire, so the smartest thing is to switch it out. Oh, nice! Yeah, we definitely have some in common then. Although I definitely feel like I favor Sylveon and Espeon over, say, Glaceon. I just do. I know I favor Leafeon over Jolteon. Like, just examples like that. I favor Vaporeon over Flareon. It's like, I like all of them, but there's definitely a hierarchy. I probably just make that more confusing, but it's whatever. But your favorites are cool. And, sorry, I'm not trying to neglect you, Magic Cat. I, too, prefer my windows closed because I'm way too paranoid to leave my window open while I'm sleeping. And not for a supernatural reason. I'm just thinking about the fact of, do you know how many stories there are of people having intruders climb through their windows, or just leaving your window open and you wake up to like ants or mosquitoes or spiders or something? We're not about that life, so I keep my window closed. I don't want some rat or a bat or something fucking chewing through my screen. Hell no. So I don't leave my windows open when I'm gonna be asleep out of the house or just out of the room for a long time on another floor. No. No, see, it's weird because no bat has done anything to me on a personal level, and I hope they never do. Knock on wood. I don't want any trouble with bats, ever. Um, But I personally never want to be around a bat of any species just because they're a reservoir, like a natural reservoir for so many diseases, including rabies, Ebola, and SARS. So no, I don't want to be around bats. Thank you. I'm pretty sure they found Marburg virus in bats too. The point is, I don't want to be anywhere near bats at all. Point blank period. No! Petting it is how you get rabies or something. You think that sounds crazy until you find out that the girl that was the basis of the case that started the Milwaukee Protocol actually decided to pick up a bat that had fallen from the ceiling when she was at church, and it like scratched or bit her finger, and that's how she got rabies. Like, no. Why would I touch some random bat? Especially since when bats are sick, they often don't look or act sick. So you wouldn't know. Nah, fam. No thank you. What diseases can bats harbor? Bats really do harbor more dangerous viruses than any other species. This is from science.org. It's a 2017 article. They talk about bats and emerging diseases. Yeah. Like, literally, if bats didn't help to control things like the bug population, because there are bats that eat bugs, I just... I know it's mean, but sometimes I genuinely wish there were no bats left in the world. Anyway. I mean, they say some of these viruses will only emerge in people if we continue to encroach into bat habitats, hunting and eating them, and otherwise making contact with them. He's not wrong. But that's why I don't want them anywhere near me or anyone I care about. Bats host a significantly higher proportion of zoonoses than any other mammals. I honestly find shit like this creepier than ghost stories. Like, I can't even, like, explain why. It's not even just germophobia. Like, I don't know why it's creepy to this extent. But yeah. I love that there's just a crying face and then it says yogurt. National Institute of Health, why do bats have so many viruses? I don't know why, but they can carry a lot of illnesses without getting sick, hence being a natural reservoir. Yeah, they even have, yeah, it's just, yeah. Bats as viral reservoirs. Let me read this. I'll just read the abstract. Bats are hosts of a range of viruses, including Ebola viruses and many important human viral infections such as measles and mumps, may have their ancestry traced back to bats. Here I review viruses of all viral families detected in global bat populations. The viral diversity in bats is substantial, and viruses with all known types of genomic structures and replication strategies have been discovered in bats. However, the discovery of viruses is not geographically even, with some apparently undersampled regions such as South America. Furthermore, some bat families, including those with global or wide distributions, such as this, I can't read that, are underrepresented on viral databases. But yeah, it's literally terrifying how many diseases bats harbor. I don't want to be anywhere near a bat, I'm just saying. I want a list of the viruses, honestly. Not to mention the fact that even if a bat isn't carrying a virus that will make you sick, you don't know how filthy their mouth is, and you could get an infection just from a bite wound in general. Same way you would if a cat or a dog or a rabbit bit you. Just saying. Sorry that I paused the fight, but I got really passionate about that, explaining why I don't like bats. They're cute. They have as much right to live as anyone else. I just don't want them anywhere near me. That's all it is. I'm not here to spread an animal hate campaign or some shit like that. Animals are great. I love animals. That doesn't mean we need to be close to each other. We can stay in each other's habitats, wave through the window, and move on. That's all I'm saying. We don't have to fucking cuddle and be best friends. It's fine. Oh, you talked about yogurt because you're hungry? Rip, go eat. My favorite animals have to be... Definitely includes cats and rabbits. Because I had a rabbit when I was younger and he passed away. That's also why I don't eat rabbit meat. I still eat meat, I just don't eat rabbit meat. I just can't eat the flesh of anything I've raised from a young age. I just won't do it. Like, if it was the apocalypse and it was between eating cat meat and dying, I would just rather die. I can't eat the meat of something I've raised as my own child. It would fuck me up in my head, you know? Let's see. Why am I blanking on animals? Oh my god. Foxes. Definitely foxes. Cheetahs. Which are different from house cats. What's another favorite? Crows, other corvids, octopi, trying to think of what else I like. Snakes. But you have to be careful, make sure it's not venomous. Like, I love animals. Animals are great. And I don't mean that in a creepy way either. I'm just trying to clarify that I don't dislike animals. It's just, I would never want to be around a bat, and nothing you say is going to change my mind. Anyway, Insane Nikki posted this 3 days ago. What was that thing, capital THING, my fiance saw years ago? I'll try to keep it short, and they did. It's like 2 paragraphs long. Let me pick a tax. Okay. So, years ago, my fiance was walking along old abandoned train tracks with their friend. Okay. It was dark and they were heading home. We both live in Poland, but their old house is in a small village/city far away from the city we live in now. The nights are dark and there's no cars, buildings, or anything. It basically looked like this: dark woods on both sides of the tracks and a bridge far away that they wanted to get on to get back on the sidewalk. That sounds creepy as hell. My fiance was walking in front of their friend with a flashlight and they were talking. Suddenly, something ran through the tracks like 50 meters from them. My fiance pointed a flashlight at it but could not recognize the animal and still doesn't have a clue what it was. This year, they're finishing Nature University and they know their shit about the environment. Here's the description of the thing: big like a bear but much slimmer. That makes sense, I guess. Hold on. Black, rather short fur. No tail. Front legs much more massive than the back legs. They never saw the head and said it was dog-like but not that long. Okay. That's oddly specific. It was running very fast from one forest to another. Of course, the friend wasn't looking at the time and thinks my fiance is messing with him. My fiance never lied about anything, and I know they're telling me the truth of what they saw. I see that because they're seriously having chills when they tell me about it. I wish we knew what that was. There are no bears in Poland. I mean, they are only in the far, far southeast of the country in the mountains. Very rare there, too, and it was northwest Poland. In Poland, we have a lot of folklore about the forest. I myself think of myself as a child of, how do you say this, Lessie? And my thought was maybe it could have been, how do you say this, bees, spies, bays? Too long, didn't read. Big furry skinny bear thing at night, but no bears in Poland. What is this? Polish cryptid? I don't even know about different Polish like mythology and folklore. I could not tell you. I don't know why, but this randomly made me think about tatterdemalions. Someone said our dog man and someone else said starving bear. Someone else said sounds like it could be a leshy. Then someone else said, is it a dog man? I don't know why, but when they said Leshy, my brain went leishmaniasis, which is a disease. Obviously, that's not what they mean, but thank you, House, for putting disease names on my brain. Leishmaniasis. What? I hmm. A doppelganger encounter. That's so funny because me and Magic were talking about doppelgangers earlier. So, No Rain 1584 said 4 days ago, I just had a doppelganger encounter. Maybe, or a ghost. I don't know. Okay. Mm. This isn't made up. This just happened to me. I realized what was going on like 20 minutes ago when I went through the cam footage. I really don't know what's going on, and if someone could explain this to me, I'd really appreciate it. This is my first time making an account on Reddit, so I apologize for any slow, replies. It started last night when I came out of my room, and we have a small living room opposite my room. When I went into my living room, I saw my aunt, who was visiting for the week, laying down on the couch and watching TV. I came out to find some food, which is what I told her when she asked, and she asked if I wanted her to make everything for me, and I said no, it's alright, I'll just go downstairs and make it myself. So yeah, I went downstairs, made instant noodles for no more than 15 minutes, and went back upstairs and put my cup down in my room. Now, the first odd thing, we have this mini fridge in our living room, right? So I went to go and grab a bottle of water and saw that the blanket which my aunt was laying down with was made, and the room was dark and the TV was off. My aunt's bag wasn't there either. Now, this didn't trigger any concern because, I mean, she could have just gone upstairs to sleep where the guest room is and took her stuff with her in the span of time it took me to make instant noodles. So I just went to sleep, and when I woke up and went down for breakfast, I asked my aunt why she was up so late last night. I went out at like 2 a.m. It's an odd time to be awake, especially because my aunt is a very early sleeper. She usually sleeps at 7 or 8, and she said, "What do you mean?" Hold on. Also, all these conversations were in my native language. I'm translating them to English. Obviously, I was like, question mark, what, in the living room? And she was like, I was sleeping upstairs since 8. And I was like, no, I talked to you at 2 a.m. when I went to get food. And then I gave her a brief summary of the conversation. My mom just laughed and was like, did you see a ghost? In a joking way. Now I'm extremely confused, so I told my mom to check the security footage, and we saw me standing in the living room, which was dark, TV off, blanket made, talking to somebody who wasn't there. Well then, my aunt and mom thought this was kinda spooky but funny, and they joked about me doing drugs. Now I was scared shitless because I'm a teenager, I don't do drugs, I don't vape, I don't drink, none of that shit. I have no mental disabilities or disorders, no schizophrenia, I'm not even depressed or have anxiety. I stay up late almost every day and sleep at 4 a.m. It's a normal thing for me, so this couldn't have been sleep deprivation. Because I guess they get up after the appropriate 8 hours, whatever. So what the fuck did I see? I know for sure I saw what I saw. I can probably describe everything in extreme detail down to every single sense. It also wasn't a dream because the cup noodles were still in my room, so what the fuck was it? Can someone help explain this to me? I'm 100% positive I wasn't hallucinating because I've never had any experiences like this before, and my family just thinks that I was tripping on weed or something. You can't even trip on weed. That's not how weed works. When I don't even do drugs. Hmm. Magic Hat says it could be a spirit or it could be her aunt's spirit that follows her aunt. Yeah, because you said in your culture slash religion that everyone has a doppelganger that follows them around until they die, which I didn't know about. Also, side note, that's kind of creepy. Like, I know you didn't mean for it to be, and I don't mean it in an insulting way, but that is kind of creepy. Full offense, but also no offense. Like, I'm not joking, that's legitimately creepy. Just the thought that everyone has a doppelganger that always follows you around, like what? Anyway. I love how the second comment is quantum jumping to another timeline or version of reality, perhaps? And then someone said if this was a instance of quantum jumping, there'd be no footage of them speaking. This is true. Unless you're saying they could temporarily see into another timeline, which still doesn't explain how they were able to do it. So. Can you take a free still image from the security footage if you don't want to show the footage? Quantum jumping was suggested a second time. Someone in the comments, I'm probably your mom one, answered, my dad passed away in 2018. I moved in with my mother temporarily. About a week after the funeral, we were getting ready to go have lunch. I passed the hallway and saw my mom in the bathroom combing her hair. I told her I was ready and headed to the car. She said, I'll be right there. When I walked out the front door, my mother was standing there admiring her roses. I freaked out that day. That house was very haunted. 3 self-deletions in 20 years. I'm so glad she moved out. I believe you, OP. Huh. Jesus. At this point, that house might be fucking cursed. Anyway. Hmm. Hmm. Someone else commented, I absolutely believe you. It's definitely a doppelganger slash mimic. My daughter and I have both had my own experiences. I have not had an experience that intense. I would have they said they would have soiled themselves. It's kind of funny. Someone said no matter what it was, hallucination or a ghost or something, it was acting nice towards you, so that's rather comforting. The ghosts at my place are mischievous and untie my protective necklace, put garbage in my hair. A few days ago, something put grape stick leftover thing in my hair while I was at my desk at night twice, and overall, they just make everything in this house break and shatter not fun. I wish they offered me food like yours. Someone else just said this is spooky. Yeah, but someone suggested sleepwalking, but when you're sleepwalking or sleep talking, you're generally 99% of the time not aware of it. As far as I mean, I honestly thought no one was aware of sleepwalking, but I'm just leaving like a point whatever percent for the possibility that someone can be aware of it. But I've never heard of someone being aware of being a sleepwalker. Like, as in being self-aware while they're sleepwalking. Like, usually you have to have people tell you, like, oh, yeah, you sleepwalked, sleep talked, sleep drove, whatever, because you're, like, not aware of it until after the fact. So, obviously this can't be sleepwalking because OP was fully lucid the entire time. Someone said time or dimensional shift again. Someone else said, whether it's a spirit or mental health, you can't let these things consume you. Okay. Hold on. Someone else said, I can't pronounce that, but I guess it's a type of spirit. They said, from what I understand, they're not malevolent. Okay. Something happened when I was a child. Something always happens when someone's a child. I'm just saying. I feel like everyone had a spooky experience when they were a child. I kind of have to go to the bathroom. Wait a minute. Did I never get these? Hmm. Okay, so DTX Gemini posted this 3 days ago. Something happened when I was a child. My grandparents raised me because my parents were awful. I went to stay with my dad some weekends. I was around 7 years old at the time this happened. My dad still slept till like 2 p.m. and locked his room door, and I knew I couldn't wake him up. What the hell? Okay, anyway. I also couldn't figure out how to turn the lights on because I couldn't flip the switch. I had to pull the string on the fan/light and mess with the switch, and I could rarely figure out what to do. His home had trees everywhere, so it constantly looked dark. I was sitting on my dad's couch, no TV noise whatsoever, and I was hungry and scared. My father's big-ass dog came to sit next to me on the couch, and I told her, Mandy, I'm scared because it's dark. Oh. Hold on. His dog kind of nestled against me, and while sitting up straight next to me on the couch, I wrapped my arms around her and said again, I'm scared. Then I said, Mandy, you can protect me, right? I heard a rustling noise from down the hall, but saw nothing. Then clear as day, a voice said, no, she can't, but I can. Okay. But the voice did not sound nice. It didn't sound reassuring. It was deep and old and had a menacing tone to it. My dog jumped off the couch and ran into my Barbie tent. A Barbie tent? Remember those made out of skinny PVC pipes you put together and it's kind of like a playhouse and would come out? I hid in it with her too for hours until my dad woke up. I've told 3 people this my entire life. One said it was God, but the voice and the feeling I got was telling me that it wasn't. I never heard the voice again, but I've wondered for my entire life who or what answered me. Has anyone had another similar thing happen to them? What could it have been? You're asking if it's 11 here? No, it's not. Oh, I've just realized it does say 11, but I don't know why it says 11:36, but it's not 11 right now. That's hilarious. All I'll say is it's not 11. I like being mysterious about my time zone. What do you think the voice was that talked to the child? You said magic feels a bit uncomfortable now because of the story. Someone asked if it sounded like a voice they knew. Hmm. I'm not reading out this person's screen name because it's kind of inappropriate, but they said, wow, that's scary. Glad the dog was there. A lot of spirits and entities are scared of dogs and cats. No idea what it is, but seen some paranormal stuff in my life, so I believe you. Some people creatures don't talk or make noises as far as I know, same with ghosts I saw. So that leaves more disturbing things like a demon or unknown entity. Fairly sure out in the woods and forest there are things that have lived alongside humans since before we learned to walk upright. Yeah, like, just you can't automatically say, oh, it's a demon just because you don't like it or it doesn't like you. Like, there are all kinds of land spirits, forest spirits, nature spirits that might have fucking beef with you for living there. Like, full offense, they might not want you there, okay? Like, they might not. That doesn't make it a demon. It does make it a dick, but it doesn't make it a demon. So. Some are good and maybe they're guardians, but some could be indifferent or even bad. I'm still reading the response. It legit could have been offering to help protect you but needed you to ask it, or possibly it wanted to interact with you only to gradually control you. Glad it was only a one-off occurrence. Hold on. There is a chance it could have been one of your dad's friends, maybe dropping something off or picking up something, was hidden in the dark watching you, hence you got the bad vibe. Well, that's weird. Why, if your dad's friend was just dropping something off, why would he just stand in the shadow like a creeper watching you? That makes him seem like some kind of predator. When you spoke out loud, he replied and saw you were safe with the dog, so left. I think if the dog was not there, things would have gone very badly. Someone said, damn, that's creepy. I don't think God would have left you feeling scared like that. Have you had any other experiences? I mean, to be fair, it depends on the god. Some gods are definitely more comforting than others, just saying. DTX said, I truly don't think it was God either. Not only was the voice being creepy, but the way it was said. No other experience or anything like that. Just really bad nightmares. There are always that had a horsefly in them every time, and I only had those types of nightmares with the fly while I was at his house. Not sure if it meant anything or if it was my imagination because his house was creepy. Someone said sounds like a demon that wants to scare you more than anything. Someone said sounds malicious. Always trust your gut and your dog. Someone said it's trying to get close to you for its own benefits. I remember this tall grass. You can't ride your bike through it because it's too thick and tall. I've also heard disembodied voices. You don't feel reassured. Oh, excuse me. If you don't feel reassured and the voice was menacing, you rightly became fearful, as did the dog. I wonder if it was a menacing spirit that lives in the house. No clue, but I'm sick of getting all these Ponyta because Ponyta can't use fire moves against Ponyta because some of them have flash fire. DTX said, you could be right. Every time I went to visit my dad, I remember feeling terrified, but I loved him anyway and liked going over there because I didn't have a lot of rules. LOL. I would have the worst nightmares I've ever had while I was visiting him. I still vividly remember some. His house always felt terrifying. He also had a wolf named Satin that lived in the backyard. Why did his... What? That's the wildest thing in this for me. Your dad had a fucking wolf with him? A wolf? But why? Is that legal? What? I love how Magic Cat said something trying to lure her. I hate the imagination I have. Oh, Magic Cat, I'm sorry. But potentially? I can't believe their dad just straight up had a wolf. She wouldn't come up on the deck and eat. He told me she was afraid of people. Why the hell would he keep a wild animal? Apparently, there's a longer story in the comments, but OP said eventually animal control came and took her away. Why in the fuck did your dad... Why did he try to keep a wolf? What the fuck? I love that that's the part I'm hung up on. Their dad's like, yeah, I'm gonna keep this wolf. Like, what? That's wild. Can you just imagine someone being like, yeah, I'm gonna keep this lion. No reason, I just want a lion. Like, what? Do you want to get eaten? Someone in the comments, Indigo Moon, said, I had something similar. I used to lock my bedroom door so my brother wouldn't get in my room. He had stolen my money, my medication, etc., so I learned my lesson. Anyway, hold on. I dropped my keys and I wasn't used to the lock and which key it was yet. I was in a hurry and shouted, "Which key is it?" I was by myself about to leave and someone answered, "Here, use my key." Definitely not God for my story, but that's my experience. Never heard the same voice again. I would say if nothing bad happened, then maybe it wasn't as much menacing as you were just scared. Your senses were already heightened from being in the dark and you being scared and in a crappy situation. Since OP did say that their parents were kind of shitty parents who were pieces of shit, so. DTX says, um, well, they said it would have scared them. Then they said, sometimes I wonder if it could be a different universe or different life paths opening up and we're hearing someone's response from a different plane of existence, if any of that made sense. I had a mean grandfather on my mother's side that passed away when I was younger, possibly him still being alive in another life or what the hell ever, and telling me that. For you, possibly in another world, you had someone with you, and for a brief moment, there's like a break or something. Like, literally just a tear in reality is what they're saying. Hmm. Whoops. I hit the back button way too many times. My bad. Miyu. You said what a nice spirit giving keys. LOL. That was very polite. Um. Nope, that's the doppelganger encounter we read earlier. Good lord. Oh, that's weird. Ah. Sorry, my leg hurts, so I was stretching it out. Jesus Christ, I don't know how. That doesn't really make sense. Okay. Anyway, Magic, yeah, Magic Cat. Why did I almost call you Magic the Gathering? Oh my god, send help. What? I swear to god I don't know where that came from. I literally almost called you Magic the Gathering instead of Magic Cat. If you don't know, Magic the Gathering is a fucking tabletop game. I don't know where that came from. Ah yes, Magic the Gathering. One of the quote-unquote creepy places in America is called the Devil's Stomping Ground. Have you ever heard of it? Okay. Cool. So it's also called the Devil's Tramping Ground, and it's a camping spot in the forest. So I'm not actually quite clear where it is. Okay, so Google says it's near Harper's Crossroads in Bear Creek, North Carolina. Anyway, it's been the subject of persistent local legends and lore, which frequently allege that the devil stomps around and haunts a barren circle of ground in which nothing is supposed to grow. It has frequently been noted on lists of unusual places. Yeah, so I heard about it in like a documentary a while ago, actually. I don't even remember what documentary it was. I was watching some kind of show. I don't think it was BuzzFeed Unsolved. I was watching something. But yeah, there's just this like perfect circle where nothing grows. Like I think they've tried and stuff just refuses to grow there. And every time people try to spend the night there, I think like weird shit happens or they like can't make it the whole night. But like apparently there's just something like eerie there. Yeah. So part of the lore says legends about the ring are well known in local communities. I mean, I would assume since they live there. These include the disappearance of objects left within the ring overnight, dogs yipping and howling not wanting to go near it, and strange events occurring to those who spend the night within its boundaries. It has been alleged that nothing has grown within the 40-foot ring for over 100 years. Supposedly, it is where the devil walks in circles on certain nights, thinking of ways to bring evil into the world. John William Hardin of Greensboro, NC, a journalist, newspaper editor, author, and advisor to North Carolina governors and textile executives, had this to say of it. Chatham natives say that the devil goes there to walk in circles as he thinks up new means of causing trouble for humanity. There, sometimes during the dark of night, the majesty of the underworld of evil silently tramps around that bare circle, thinking, plotting, and planning against good in behalf of wrong. Now, I don't really think the devil would spend that much time thinking about that. It's kind of like a weird call, but they believe it, so. They believe it. So that's what matters. Yeah, I had never heard of it until it came up in whatever I was watching that one time. I was watching something and it came up. I was like, huh, that's interesting. I just thought you might be interested in it. What do you think of it? Hmm. Oh, Elbat went live 2 hours ago. Okay. I had no idea. Oh well, I missed Elbat's stream. Yeah, and it is kind of weird that it's just this bare patch of land. I also think that there's I don't remember which state it was, but they said something about how they think there's an entrance to hell. Hold on. Entrance to hell, United States. Just because I can't remember where it was. 7 Gates of Hell. Here we go. The Seven Gates of Hell is a modern urban legend regarding locations in York County, Pennsylvania. Two versions of the legend exist, one involving a burned insane asylum and the other an eccentric doctor. Both agree that there are 7 gates in a wooded area of Hellam Township, Pennsylvania, and anyone who passes through all 7 goes straight to hell. The location in question never housed an institution. The aforementioned doctor only constructed 1 gate to keep out trespassers. Despite the popularity of this as a tourist destination, the property is privately held and visitors must be charged with trespassing as a result. Yeah. But that's not the one I heard. I heard something different about like a hellmouth or something. Hold on. Now we're getting into urban legends instead of like supernatural encounters, but hellmouth, United States. Dang, it's not coming up. I swear to God, there's a place in the US that they're like, oh yeah, there's a gate to hell there. Or an entrance to hell. Someone's saying there's a cemetery. I don't know. I don't see it. Let's see. I can't believe you said big dog in hell, pet it. Um, hmm. Hold on. BuzzFeed unsolved locations. They visited a bunch of haunted locations too. Supernatural locations. There we go. The Winchester Mystery House, the Island of Dolls, and the Sally House. Oh, the Island of Dolls is going to creep you out so much. Island of Dolls. The Island of Dolls, La Isla de las Muñecas, is a chinampa of the Laguna de Tequila, located in the channels of Xochimilco, south of the center of Mexico City, Mexico. Notable for the number of dolls of various styles and colors that can be found throughout the island, it has become a popular tourist attraction. The dolls were originally placed by the former owner of the island, Julian Santana Barrera, who died from a heart attack in 2001. He believed that the dolls helped to chase away the spirit of a girl who drowned years ago. Interesting. How are we getting to dogs? I'm so confused. The Island of Dolls, originally owned by Don Julian Santana Barrera, is full of dolls hanging from trees and buildings covered with cobwebs and insects. The place was named in the 1950s when the dolls started randomly appearing on the island. Santana was a neighbor of the Barrio de la Asunción, where he used to drink pulque after selling his vegetables until he began preaching the Bible due to superstitions, which led him to being expelled from the sector. According to a legend, a young girl drowned entangled amongst the lilies of the canal, and her body was found on the banks of the Santampa Chinampas. Santana claimed to have heard the girl crying out, "I want my doll," and terrified, hung up the doll he found near the girl's body. After the event, every time he went outside, he claimed to have found a new doll hanging from one of the trees. Okay? Hold on, I lost my place. After the event, every time he went outside, he claims to have... Right, I've read that. He later passed away in the same spot the girl drowned. Many believe that his expiring was caused by the girl's spirit, which still haunts the island. In 1987, an eco-tourist rescue was made and the island was found covered with water lily. After the expiration of Santana, the Chinampa became a tourist attraction. The place began gaining fame in 1943 when Mexican filmmaker Emilio Fernandez filmed Maria Candelaria there. A significant number of international and local channels, have featured articles on the island, including the Huffington Post Travel Channel and ABC News. The dolls are still on the island, which is accessible by boat. The island was featured on the travel show Ghost Adventures, the Amazon Prime show Lore, and was also featured on BuzzFeed Unsolved. Shane, a firm skeptic of the paranormal, has asserted that he believes the legends about the island. This island was also used for the episode Estas son las mañanitas, of the Spanish TV comedy Nosotros los Guapos for Televisa, where the main characters are left behind on the island by an irritated Doña Cuca, and as night falls, they're rescued by the local emergency crew and end up on the news. Interesting. The island is an hour and a half. An hour and a half? That's an hour and a half from the mainland? Oh, hell no. From Embarcadero Cuemanco? The only access is via Trajinera. Most rowers are willing to transport people to the island, but there are those who refuse due to superstitions. The journey, approximately 1 hour, includes a tour of the... Oh, hell no, because that means if they leave the island, it would take them an hour to come back for you. Nope. In addition to hundreds of dolls, the island also contains a small museum with articles from local newspapers about the island and the previous owner. There's a store and 3 rooms, one of which seems to have been used as a bedroom. In this room you can see the first doll that Santana collected, as well as Agustina, his favorite doll. Some of the visitors place offerings around the doll in exchange for miracles and blessings, and some others change their clothes and maintain it as a form of worship. That's fucking weird. No offense, but also full offense. That's kind of weird. You tried getting a plush of a 3-headed puppy. Aww. Okay. I love how we just went to talking about creepy places instead of the stories. But yeah, what was it? The Winchester Mystery House? Isn't that the one where the lady would just build random hallways and doors to nowhere? Like, I swear that's the one where she did that, right? Am I just making shit up? I think that's what it was. Are there still undiscovered rooms in the Winchester house? The house is holding tight to its secrets. Okay, so yeah, it's probably what I'm thinking about. Huh. So there's a mystery house. Yeah, I think that's the one I'm talking about. And then what was the other one? What is the Sally house? One of the most haunted houses in Atkinson, Kansas? Oh. Okay. Wish I could stretch up my legs. I wish I could just see a Wikipedia page instead of all these random websites. Damn. Let's see. So, the Sally house... Let's see. Can I make this slightly wider? Originally built at the turn of the century, the house became the residence of an... I really don't know if this is Atkinson, physician. The front served as an office space and examination room while the doctor and his family lived upstairs. One day, a frantic mother arrived carrying her 6-year-old daughter, Sally. The child had collapsed from severe abdominal pain. The doctor had diagnosed appendicitis and knew there was no time to delay surgery. Believing the appendix would soon burst, the doctor began cutting her before the anesthesia took full effect. Her screams suddenly stopped and she grew pale and limp. She expired on the operation table, and her last memories of a man who she believed was torturing her. Haunting of the Sally house. There we go. Though the house had long been known to be haunted, Sally's hauntings grew ominous in 1993 when the house was rented to a young couple. Their dog seemed to growl at nothing, especially near the upstairs nursery. Things began to take a violent turn, however. Fires broke out in the house and a series of sinister attacks on the husband began. Honestly, if it is Sally, she probably just doesn't trust or like adult men. She may actively hate adult men and see all of them as the man who hurt her, if it is indeed Sally. Like, that would make sense to me. Especially since she was a child and she died in torment? Yeah. Anyway, the operating area would become cold. Objects would visibly move when the young man drew near. He could feel scratches upon his chest or abdomen, but never did the ghost attack the wife or the child. Which furthers my theory that she just doesn't like adult men. I mean, she expired with an adult man over her, from her point of view, like they said, torturing her. So I can see why she would attack the man. She's probably just trapped in that moment and trying to protect herself, which is really sad. Events that have been witnessed by visitors to the Sally house include video and investigative equipment that stopped working, batteries that are full immediately and completely draining, experiencing moving objects, unexplained scratches or bruising on their bodies during or after the visit, physical touches, mysterious coldness, trained guide dogs refusing to enter the nursery. Confirmations and media attention. Psychics have confirmed the presence of spirits dwelling in the home, and many have actually communicated with them, and skeptics have left as believers. Visits by paranormal investigators have provided audio, video, and photographic proof of paranormal activity. I'm not gonna lie, the picture of the house does look creepy, but I feel like since she was attacking the men, that she really is just like frozen in the moment of her expiring and is just like tormented by that and genuinely feels like attacked. Like, I don't think she's... If it is her, I don't think she's doing this out of like true malice or being evil or something. I think she's just tormented. I mean, how would you feel if in your last moments you felt like some random adult male was just hacking into you and torturing you? How would you react? So you've heard about the Sally house then? Or about something else? Are you still talking about the plush, seeing a white YouTube video of it? Why did I almost say YT again? I'm pretty sure they looked up, what's it called? Mothman? Which is a cryptid. Yeah, the first episode was, hold on. What was it called? The Mysterious Exploration of the Somerton Man. Have you heard of the Somerton Man? Okay. The Somerton Man was an unidentified man whose body was found on December 1st, 1948, on the beach at Somerton Park as a suburb of Adelaide, South Australia. The case is known after the Persian phrase tamam shud or something, meaning is over or is finished, which was printed on a scrap of paper found months later in the fob pocket of the man's trousers. The scrap had been torn from the final page of a copy of a 12th century poet, Omar Khayyam. Following a public appeal by police, the book from which the page had been torn was located. On the inside back cover, detectives read through indentations left from previous handwriting, a local telephone number, another unidentified number, and a text that resembled a code message. The text has not been deciphered or interpreted in a way that satisfies authorities on the case. Since the early stages of the police investigation, the case has been considered one of Australia's most profound mysteries. There has been intense speculation ever since regarding the identity of the victim and the cause of his demise, and the events leading up to it. Public interest in the case remains significant for several reasons. The death occurred at a time of heightened international tensions following the beginning of the Cold War, the apparent involvement of a secret code, the possible use of an undetectable poison, and the inability of authorities to identify the deceased man. So he could have been a spy of some kind, I assume, or some kind of agent or something. So that's not really creepy in the sense of like, ooh, spooky ghost or whatever, but... Okay. Anyway, the Winchester Mystery House is an architectural wonder and historic landmark in San Jose, California that was once the personal residence of Sarah Lockwood Pardee Winchester, the widow of William Wirt Winchester and heiress to a large portion of the Winchester repeating arms fortune. Ooh, a Chansey. Okay, I'm gonna have to catch the Chansey if I can. Tragedy befell Sarah. Her infant daughter expired of a childhood illness a few years later her husband was taken from her by tuberculosis. Shortly after her husband's demise, Sarah left their home in New Haven, Connecticut, and moved out west to San Jose, California. Really? My Pokemon's asleep? There she bought an 8-room farmhouse and began what could only be described as the world's longest home renovation, stopping only when she passed September 5th, 1922. From 1886 to 1922, construction seemingly never ceased. As the original 8-room farmhouse grew into the world's most unusual and sprawling mansion, featuring 24,000 square feet, 10,000 windows, 2,000 doors, 160 rooms, 52 skylights, 47 stairways and fireplaces, 17 chimneys, 13 bathrooms, and 6 kitchens. Built at a price tag of the $5 million in 1923 or $71 million today. But what remained is indeed a mystery. Even before her passing, rumors of a mystery house being built by an eccentric and wealthy woman swirled. Was she instructed to build this home by a psychic? Was she haunted by a ghost of those felled by the firearm that won the West? Did construction truly never stop? What motivated a well-educated socialite to cut herself off from the rest of the world and focus almost solely on building the world's most beautiful yet bizarre mansion? Okay. But yeah, I've heard that it literally has like doors and staircases to nowhere. Is there not a Wikipedia? There we go. Okay, there was carved wood on the ballroom walls and ceilings. Woods such as teak, maple, and mahogany were used to make an intricate pattern on the floor. Large fireplace was framed by windows that included quotes from Shakespeare. The second floor had bedrooms that each had adjoining sitting rooms and sewing rooms. The wall coverings had a leather or metal appearance. The ceilings, molding stencils, and faux finishes ceilings had molding stencils and faux finishes. So basically, it was like very pretty. There's chandeliers from Germany, art glass from Austria, furnishings from Asia, and paintings from France. Apparently, there was an intercom too at an indoor garden. It's got a lot of pretty architecture, but anyway. Hmm. Let's name the Chansey Claire, even though I don't think I can keep it. Because I'm pretty sure it's in the wrong egg group. Hmm. Hmm. The newspaper declared that the reason that the construction was ongoing was that Winchester feared she would have bad luck if construction stopped. This theory eventually grew into stories that she believed she would die if it stopped. Construction lasted 38 years. Okay. Hmm. The belief that Winchester built her house in its strange, maze-like manner to confuse and keep spirits from harming her, and that her sanity was questionable, started in the mid-1890s and has grown in scale past her demise. The doors and windows that open to nothing, the unusually shallow stairs, the stairs that end in a ceiling, interior barred windows, and trap doors in the floor are used to confirm Winchester's spirituality and poor state of mind. According to paranormal investigators, what if she was just doing this as a puzzle, like making a puzzle for fun? Um, Nickel and Ignolfo believe the house oddities have explanations. The barred windows were previously exterior windows that were blocked off as the house additions grew. The doors and windows that opened to nothing were a result of the 1906 earthquake and severe damage that happened to the house. Hold on. The small steps were built because of her declining health. The trapdoors were built in a greenhouse room where excess water could run and be piped to an outdoor garden. After the damage from the earthquake, she did not rebuild the house. The bell tower was used to call workmen and served as a fire alarm on the property. According to Nickel, fanciful claims later arose that it was used to summon spirits. According to Nickel, claims that local residents heard ghostly music coming from the house are explained by the fact that Winchester often played the pump organ in the grand ballroom when she was unable to sleep. So people just basically made up rumors about this poor woman. Apparently, some people even started rumors that she held parties for spirits. And my Pokemon's asleep, but it'll wake up eventually, so it's fine. They said her failing health gave her a mysterious reputation that added to the gossip. This poor woman. And apparently there are features that were built after she passed. Anyway. So I do have another story from 4 days ago. I don't even know how to begin reading the username, but it starts with Irene. Anybody who got experience with this kind of stuff. That's the vaguest title ever. I got this book, which has been in my family for decades, apparently, and since I got it, there are really strange things happening around me. My grandfather used to tell us stories about this other world and this evil bird creature which only our family can kill. My brother believes in all this mystical stuff and gets really excited, but to be honest, I'm just scared, or at least not super excited. There is some thrill in believing to be something special, of course. Would be great if you guys have some advice on how to deal with these kinds of things. What? That sounds... I hate using the C word, but that just sounds crazy. Like, not gonna lie. My fiance speaks in a foreign language in his sleep, but only knows English. Some people would probably accuse him of speaking in tongues in GL. Anyway, Madeline Red Rose, 1969, posted this 2 months ago. I, 54F, and my fiance, 54M, have been together for 7 years. He talks in his sleep every night, but in the last year or so, he has started talking in a foreign language. He only knows English. I know him well enough to know without a doubt he does not speak or know any language but English. Excuse me. The language is not nonsense or like when people speak in tongues. At times it sounds Native American or like an African dialect, definitely not any Latin-derived language. I studied linguistics in college. When he's speaking his syntax and sentence structure, I'm trying to find a way to record him, but I can't get to my phone in time. Has anyone ever heard of something like this? Do you not sleep with your phone next to you? Like, I'm confused. Someone said, try a sleep recording app and then play back in a translation app. Guess you can try different languages and see if there's a hit, but I wouldn't rule out health issues before a CT scan has been done. I mean, it could just be due to a past life. He could be a reincarnation. Scared, maybe, no. Another female? Time is slow. What? There are just people saying record it. Yeah, why have you not just recorded it at this point? This is weird. Like, it's weird that you haven't recorded it, not weird that he sleep talks. A lot of people sleep talk. Hmm. I really do think some of this is past life stuff. I think that's supposed to be Bad Bandit, but they replaced the B's with 8s. Commented, I once had a girlfriend who started speaking in the middle of the night in what sounded like Chinese or Japanese to my untrained ears. I sat up in bed and listened, fascinated. When she finally stopped, I gently nudged her and woke her up, and she said, excuse me, and said, hey, you were just talking in some Asian language, which is so non-specific. Like, that's a whole continental shelf or whatever. She said she was having a dream that she was in a rice paddy harvesting rice, and an elderly Asian lady was giving her instructions how to do it properly. This woman grew up in a small town in America and was whiter than white. She had no connections with Asia, rice farming, didn't know any Asian languages, etc. She was as far away from all of that as a person can get. It was bizarre that she was even dreaming of harvesting rice, not to mention speaking a foreign language. Past life experience. Does Magic want to go to sleep? Hmm. So, this is from 3 months ago by Ruben JF18. And it was just, for the former non believers in the paranormal, what incident made you finally believe? As a kid, I used to believe in the paranormal, but as I got older, that faded away. I like to think everything has a scientific explanation, but so many people reporting paranormal experiences, it's an interesting topic to dive into. Hmm. Let's see. You, responded, "This could have been a dream, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't. When I was a kid, I fell asleep with a nightstand lamp on. It gave off a warm yellow light. I woke up in the middle of the night randomly, which I never do. This really never happens to me except when I'm really sick, which wasn't at the time. I noticed the warm yellow light turned purple and my whole room was covered in purple light. I was so confused about it, so I did a quick scan of my room without moving from my bed. In front of my bed was a tall black hooded figure looking at me, like they were just standing there at the foot of the bed staring at me. I hid under my blanket, pretending not to have seen anything, and told myself to just fall asleep, which I eventually did. In the morning, someone had turned off my nightlight. It wasn't any family members, as in it couldn't have been them." Okay. Geodude, Geodude. No, let's not do Geodude. Here we go. Laser Brain Delusion said, "My friend took 3 pictures of our kids sitting outside of a shop in Williamsburg, Virginia, right after we had finished a ghost tour of the town. Each of the pictures is separated by maybe a few seconds. In the second picture, casually walking behind one of our daughters, is the crystal clear image of an old man, and I believe his wife, strolling the cobblestone street that no longer exists in that spot. It is now short retaining wall with some shrubs. You can see the shrubs fade through the old man's coat, which appears to be made of wool, and he has a starched white collar. He is pointing into the distance as if to show something interesting. My friend and I were standing side by side, and she took these pictures. No one was there, behind, in front of, or anywhere near our children." Hold on, I lost my spot. Oh, "She sent us the pictures later after she was looking through them. It's pretty incredible. I have it here on my phone right now." Hmm. You said not that tired now, uncomfortable. I'm sorry. Sounds like you're talking to a child. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to condescend to you. I was just like, if you're tired, maybe you should go to sleep. Um, like, it's okay. I mean, there are other people on here. I'm not alone. I mean, if it said 0 viewers, then I probably wouldn't, like, stay. But, you know. Ooh, brine. Mm, let's see. Attack 61, special attack 65. Okay, so not that different. There's only 10. That's the thing. We could always get rid of Fury Attack, because I don't think that did shit. There we go. Okay, Finger said, "I'm not sure I do believe, but my aunties love to go on ghost hunts in which they've said they've they were possessed and begun saying things which they didn't want to. They described it almost being in the backseat of your own mind and watching everything happen, but having no control. And one of them used to babysit for a friend and took him to a graveyard to visit my granddad. And the second he walked through the gates, he bawled his eyes out and begged to leave. Apparently, he saw things he didn't want to see anymore. He would have been a toddler at the time. Hmm. Ad overall 2123 commented, hold on. Commented, I was around 8 or 9 at the time and visiting my uncle's apartment with my mom and brother. I was sent to my uncle's room to fetch something, don't know what. That room remains pitch dark even in the afternoon and always gave me weird vibes. So I went inside the room and saw a shadow figure behind the bed. I don't know what it was, but I freaked out and ran out of the room. To this day, I don't want to be in that room alone. Your uncle sounds like a weird motherfucker if he just like doesn't find this weird at all. He's just chilling. LMAO. Imagine if the spirit's innocent and your uncle is the creep. That's messed up. Hmm. Not for the screamish. Oh, that's a cute pun. Said, I've always had an empathic side to me, but family tried to tell me we have a special intuition. I didn't believe it until this happened. I was about 18, my boyfriend at the time, 19, picked me up and said we were going to see a house he's interested in renting before grabbing lunch. His mom was the real estate agent, so she was going to meet us there. Cool, no problem. We pull up to the driveway and I start to feel sick. I was totally fine before, so I figured it would pass. As we walked to the door, his mom must have saw us, so she came out to say hi. We all walked back inside and they stood talking in the foyer area. Me, I went right to the master bedroom and stared at the corner between the bed and the bathroom. I felt insanely nauseous at this point. I told myself I found a bathroom because I felt sick, nothing spooky. My boyfriend came in and asked what was up. All of a sudden, I started spouting that Gertrude had perished in the house of a heart attack, and I felt like she's still here. He started laughing and said, "I can't just say I don't. I can just say I don't like the house." I told him I wasn't kidding and to ask his mom. I froze. I was wow. I stayed frozen in the bathroom while he went to ask. In hushed tones, I hear him ask. Mom responds, "What? How did she know that?" Yes, a woman named Gertrude perished here recently. She was 87 and had a heart attack in the home. My legs gave out and I hit the floor. I didn't have the address to this place, didn't do research, didn't know the people who lived here. There was no explanation for what happened other than that it was paranormal. Hmm. Someone said, "You're obviously psychic. That's not the last time you'll experience something like this." I'm sorry. I don't know what to do or say. I'm sorry. Hmm. Boxhall said, "I don't know if I could explain this properly, but I used to wear this leather string around my neck. After months of showers, the knot just sort of becomes a tight little ball of leather. I've been wearing these for years. Eventually they wear out and break or have to be cut off. After a few showers, the knot does not come out. My dad used to make fun of it because technically it was a shoelace, I guess." Okay. Hold on. Ah, darn it. Wow. There we go. One day I was having a really bad day and sort of calling out for my dad, who had passed a few months earlier. All of a sudden, I felt this tickle on my chest. I was laying down and looked down, and the strap was neatly folded and laying on my chest. It may not sound too ghostly or anything, but I'm telling you, as sure as I'm writing this, that was my dad, letting me know that he was still looking out for me. I'll never be convinced otherwise. Oh, that was really sweet, actually. That wasn't creepy at all. I mean, definitely weird, but it just sounds like OP's dad was just, there we go. Impressive Diamond said the morning after my grandpa expired, the chairs on my kitchen table were stacked to the ceiling. I believe he wanted to make sure we noticed him saying goodbye. Hmm. Soft Breeze said, actually, my own. I had pushed those paranormal experiences to the back of my mind, ignored them for years, just accepted that there was a logical explanation, and even if I couldn't see one at the time. The one experience I couldn't ever seem to reconcile, though, was one that I had shared with someone else. My best friend at the time, 1985, worked part time after school a couple nights a week in the rectory of her Catholic church. Okay. She had arranged for me to spend time with her there until under the pretext of tutoring me. We were sitting in a pew chatting one night while watching the organist practice for Sunday service. He was at the front of the church up on a balcony with his back to us. I noticed the spot over my vision right at the back of his head and thought I must have gotten something greasy in my eye. Started blinking to clear my vision, then I noticed a translucent replica of his head floating next to his head. I noticed my friend who had been talking up until then was silent and also staring up at him. I was careful not to say what I was seeing and just asked her, "Do you see what I see?" She said, "His head is floating next to his body." I can explain away a lot of our experiences in that church, but that one messes with me. I've never known what to make of it. It wasn't a ghost since the guy was alive. He wasn't a subliminal suggestion because we had not been talking about anything that could have triggered a shared hallucination of the same off-the-wall vision. And also, how would they both know what the other was seeing without telling the other one? Was it a prank? Can otherworldly beings make us see things? It was disturbing, if true. Hmm. You said it could be the 3 a.m. vibe because it's 3 a.m. where you are, I suppose. Jay's mommy said, I'm a flight attendant and have always loved to hear others' stories. However, me never experiencing anything, it was hard to believe. That is until I was on an overnight in El Paso, Texas, and saw a ghost in my hotel room. In your hotel room? I've been like, nope, get out. I'm the one that paid for this room. I had always thought that hotel was super creepy as it was an old building and the layout was crazy and maze-like. I guess they put us on the oldest side that was the OG building because it looked like it used to be an outdoor motel since it had windows looking into hallways from the room. Oh, that's a little creepy. Just the windows being in the hallway, like, can you imagine? I feel like the thought of real people trying to peek into your room is creepy. Because there could be a peeping Tom. You know, someone who's just like being all obsessive and watching people. Like, that's what my mind went to. It did not go to spirits. I was like, oh, what if the cleaning staff is creepy? But anyway. Well, it was the middle of the night when I had woke up and checked the clock. It was 3:37 a.m. Looked to the other bed and there was a man sitting there staring at me. I literally started to panic because other FAs, flight attendants, had complained about the maintenance man trying to barge into their rooms in the middle of the night earlier that week. I was like, OMG, how did this man get into my room? I locked my doors. My heart was beating super fast. As I closed my eyes saying this can't be real, he started to slowly fade away. He had a slight glow to him and he looked peaceful. I was literally frozen until the next morning. Come to find out, this hotel property used to be a Holiday Inn where the serial killer Richard Ramirez once worked for about a week back in the 70s and 80s. He got fired a week into the job as he tried to assault a female guest. Yikes. So I read not quite sure, but reading this does make this creepier. I suppose, although I doubt it was the serial killer himself. Could have been one of his victims, though. If he ever, dispatched them there. Like, I suppose. I'm sorry, what should I do? You're the one who begged me to read creepy stories yesterday. What do you want from me? Which one do you want? This is literally just what paranormal experiences made people believers. Husband coming home. Carlos said, it's weird that people think paranormal has no scientific explanation. Of course it does, just not from the perspective of our very young science. When our science will be thousands or millions of years old, it will be different if we don't start from the beginning once again, because we'll destroy civilization. Science is always right because it evolves. Look at how many mysteries are present in our science today. From the Young experiment to the relationship between quantum mechanics and gravity. What will happen when we'll find the answers to these questions? What will happen when we'll know exactly what light and particles are and how they behave? Okay. Hmm. Oh, they're... I don't want to go back there for them. It's fine. Wait. How did I miss the other dude? No, I have to go back for this dude. Hold on. Yes, honey? Damn, I think I have to let him in. Give me a second. Oh, fucking hell, my legs hurt. I've been crunched up for 4 hours. Coming! Damn. Ah, I'm sore. You wouldn't think you'd get this sore from not moving, but it's whatever. Hey, honey. My honey's back. He brought back groceries that I'll have to put up in a few minutes, so I'll have to get off soon. You said fair enough, and you want your light to be changed. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, did we run into a wild Pokemon? My bad. Didn't even notice. Well, I'll have to wrap up soon then. Yep. Okay, I'll just go ahead and save here then. Well, let me do this. Swap with... let's make it Priya. I'll go ahead and save here and just cut it off here. Alright, Magic. That's it for today. Thanks everyone for stopping by, hanging around, chatting with me, lurking, whatever. I really appreciate it. I don't think I'll be back tomorrow because for some reason I can never manage to make it on Sundays, but thanks so much. Bye. What in the world? The stream didn't want to end. I hit the button 3 times and it just wouldn't.